I'm a professional. Hello and welcome. Let me hit the wrong office hours. There we go. There we go. Ending or starting? Yeah, see, I am a very big professional. Welcome to the office hours. Sorry, I was talking with X about something right before we went live. My name is Paul Berserker One Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, and I've got some weird angle issues here. Professional what? Hello, a professional. Not gonna lie, I'm about to start the Corsair for Star Wars vibes, so the change doesn't affect me. I mean, honestly, the change isn't that like. All right, we'll start off with the Corsair changes. For those of you who don't know, the changes they've made to the Corsair is basically the Corsair now doesn't use some of the guns, the main guns, aren't as effective anymore. Because two of the guns that would be used by the pilot are now being transferred over to the gunner, to the front seat, to the co-pilot. And two things. Number one, apparently that was something they had been toying with back when this Corsair was still in concept. Or, yeah, I think it was in concept. It may have been just when it released, whatever. During its Q&A, it had, they said, yeah, we might switch it out here and there. So it's definitely something they would always had been planning in the back of their head. And this is just the reality of what CIG is going to be doing from now on. Like, just, I hate to say get used to it, but get used to it. Get used to these sorts of changes, because you're going to have these changes in the future. There's also a high probability that they'll revert the changes and opt to reduce the guns to size 4. I don't know if I haven't seen them talking about that, but yeah. People have said like, oh, Connie is now superior. Connie's going to get a nerf too. Every ship is going to get nerfed. CIG is not going to let a ship be super effective at what it does solo. They don't want big ships to be effective solo. They want big ships to be functional solo, but not effective. CIG will tell you a lot of things because they don't want you to melt your ships. But the reality is that ships will require multiple crew members, and multiple crew members are either going to be expensive or you're going to need other people to work them properly. Listen, I don't mind that CIG makes comments on streams and discords. That's fine. It means that CIG is talking with the community. But the fact that you're getting this information through a specific streamer does two things. Number one, it means that the vast majority of people will not see it. And number two, it means that CIG is, well, they were always going to favor specific streamers over others. But it also kind of sends that chilling effect on that as well. The biggest issue is the information, though. The information, like, I love Mike, but Mike isn't the only person who streams Star Citizen, nor is everyone watching Mike. So the idea that you can go to Mike's stream and get information out, it becomes a trickle out information. I don't think they do it intentionally. It's in the moment and they're in chat, that kind of thing. But that's the problem, is that CIG needs to start kind of managing how they distribute information a little bit better. And that's one of those things. Whenever I say CIG is bad at communication, the two things that I think CIG are bad at is, one, they don't talk to us when shit goes bad, and they don't treat us like they should be treating us in terms of people who are here to see this thing ride or die, or like, you know, we're here for this project. I signed up to see how the sausage was made, for instance, and I know a lot of people were as well. And number two, it lets misinformation form. The Corsair is an exploration ship. People forget that. It's a Drake exploration ship. It explores the inside of people's cargo base. But I get the idea of trying to make it so that to be effective to use all the weapons, you need to have other crew members, which is fine. It's a ship that's designed for multiple people. CIG seems to be not so subtly nuking Polaris stat leaks. Was there a Polaris leak? I didn't know about that one. I'm just talking about the big information leak from a rather reputable source. What's the stat leak? What did they change the players' guns to? On the gripping hand, imagine they told you when things aren't working. Can you imagine wailing and crying, gnashing and teeth and cries of dooms that will be generated? CIG, I mean, let's use an example, a recent example. Benoit came out and said, hey, these are how the tests are going. This is what worked. This is what didn't work. We're moving on to this sort of platform. That sort of communication has not caused people to doom scroll and freak out. In fact, most people, even people who were dooming and being super doomer, have said, this is what I want to see. This makes me feel better, because it's them talking to the community rather than the community making up shit. The guns up 6 size 6 front turret and 4 to 6 PDS guns. Okay. I'm really happy with the players' changes. 6 bespoke main guns, quad size 4 top turrets, and 7 size 1 PDCs. Do you think that they intentionally nerfed the Corsair to push people by new hotness of becoming at CitizenCon? No. Or is this the design intention that was mentioned in the brochure? I think what this is just. All right. There's too much conspiratorial thinking about CIG. Like, if you follow the community, especially the biggest, loudest, and like most conspiratorial of CIG's CIG content creators and other folks who follow the project, you think that CIG is this master manipulator that is doing everything in their power to just squeeze a nickel out of your pocket while they then run off and then give it to their bosses, who then sip champagne while doing lines of coke off strippers' asses on yachts in the Mediterranean. Like, CIG isn't that smart. They're not that coordinated. That would require a level of communication that I have not seen in CIG, like publicly even. It's Hanlon's razor. It's mostly just, they just happen to be working on it because they're talking about it for 4.0 because they're making the changes. Like Yogi said that these changes were initially made back in June, right? They'd already made these changes for 4.0, and now they're finally going into effect. Yogi posted somewhere the Corsair change was due to the ship being more OP than they wanted. I mean, that makes sense too. That's one of the on the brochure or the Q&A, whatever they said, where they said that they might change things around. That was one of the reasons. I'm sure the reasons why they said that was because it might have been too OP. Even they took a look at that. Yeah, it's a lot of firepower for the pilot, and I think even CIG was like, that's a lot of fucking firepower. What was I talking about? I'm talking about, like, I'm being hyperbolic, because I often like to be hyperbolic, but what I was saying is that there's people who put far too much there's far too much like stock in CIG being hyper competent in terms of making changes so they can make more money. Like the whole oh, what is it called? That's right. Like the whole Atlas thing. People are like, CIG is trying to get as much money as possible in the short end, and they're just screwing people over. It's like, I don't think that would require CIG thinking about that. I don't think CIG is manipulating the back end specifically to sell vehicles, especially not a fucking power loader. No BBUs. It's more that they needed to sell something and they had it done, and it was the cargo patch, that kind of thing.
Platypus just resubscribed for 20 months. Hi Paul. Let's get this party started.
Hey,
also, I want my personal parking lot.
Thank you so much, Doc Platypus, for the 20 months.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 6 months. Sigmoney grab, let's go.
Sigmoney grab, let's go. Thank you so much for that 6 months. You're very important, power, very impressive, very pedestrian.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Keeps up in the whole show, so it's him. Is him dancing. And we'll never get to the big leaks.
Take away my space game.
Dry Khan just resubscribed for 35 months.
Thank you so much, Drycon, for that 35 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Very impressive. This is your fault. You should drink it. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Paul was 100% a swing kid. What does that mean? He probably was, I guess. Clans tomorrow? So no.
Them biddies.
Clans is not releasing until for another 2 weeks. Originally was going to be releasing today, but then they delayed it for another 2 weeks. Thank you for them biddies there, Drycon, putting us over the edge. Oh, we got Wahoo. I'm not 40 yet? No, I'm 37. Swing kids are in. Fuck them all.
You can take away my spaceship.
There was a swing, a revival of swing dancing in the 90s and early 2000s.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
Wahoo 127 just resubscribed for 37 months. No pew-pews.
Them biddies.
Underscore. So. Underscore.
Thank you for them biddies. All right, I'll put the actual link in here. Hold on. Oh, CIG responded. Watching me read is high entertainment. Yes. I mean, I'm 37 too. I've never felt so young. Hey, 87. Comment about the mech price. It definitely doesn't reflect the time it took to make it. What do you mean? So, responded to chat. No, CIG. So I'm looking at the report. So I'm looking specifically at Tom Henderson's Insider Gaming report. The reason why, and for those of you who haven't seen it, it's not like I'm necessarily like trying to promote it. It's more that there's a lot of information in there, and Tom Henderson isn't a news journalist.
Them biddies.
Hey, take a few more.
Thank you, Dracon. Them biddies. No, they're not the kind of I call them ramen journalists, where they show up, post a bunch of shit to get engagement, and then leave. Tom Henderson is making some serious accusations, and they probably wouldn't have done that if they didn't believe the sources that they were getting at. Some of it is pretty mild. Most people in general have said, yeah, that doesn't seem too odd, honestly, and this actually seems pretty nice. But there's at least one claim in there which is straight up illegal that CIG is doing. He is not that. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is CIG has refused to address it, and it is, again, quite literally possibly a violation of UK law, which I think is, as a backer of Star Citizen, as somebody who's paid CIG money, I am going to talk about something like this, because it's a big accusation that CIG refuses to talk about. And if CIG employees are leaking this to the press, it means there are people who are unhappy, which means that there are some people who are unhappy with this situation that CIG probably needs to address. And I'd rather them not do mandatory crunch, as well as some of the other tactics, which are kind of shitty. I don't think it's really taken a lot of traction, because on the face of things, it's not very crazy. But yeah, I also think that a lot of people, it'll be completely swallowed by all the other information. I haven't seen a lot of people talk about it, so, but I don't, again, troll around Star Citizen for news and stuff like that. So what are we talking about today? I'll go over it today. I'm going to record it like a capsule. I may or may not release it as a capsule just because of timing. Because we also have a monthly report to go through, and then we've got a monthly report again next week. So, but the another reason is because if this is legitimate, and of course Tom Henderson usually doesn't bring this sort of shit unless they have sources, it is very much a there is a there is some stuff here that seems to jive with what I've been talking about and what I've been seeing in monthly reports and stuff like that, which seem to kind of solidify some big leaks. So we're here to complain about the Corsair. I know. As always, like, you bring up something like this in terms of like detailed, like possibly law-breaking shit, and people are like, I don't give a fuck. Why are they nerfing my ship? I'll give you the very, very basic rundown. Basically, if this reporting is true, CIG is going to show off Chapter 1 for Squadron 42 at CitizenCon, probably on the floor of CitizenCon for players to play, like I've been talking about for like 6 months. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. The biggest thing is the whole don't get paid until after release, but you're getting paid in basically comp time. Toil is time off in lieu of pay. What do you think the odds of the what do you think the odds of a release date quarter are? I think with this information, all but certain, we're getting a release date at CitizenCon, like a specific day probably. If they're doing a chapter 1 preview. And okay, so I'll do a very basic overview, but we're going to do an actual capsule later. The basic overview is that CIG is doing mandatory 7-day crunch. So usually CIG doesn't mandate 7 crunch, but CIG typically, like the people I've known at CIG, one of the perks that I've heard people at CIG talk about this as a perk that they get, like overtime is so easy to get at CIG because they always need people to work overtime. So if you want to work overtime, you want more money, even though CIG doesn't pay very well because it's a video game company and even pay sort of average for video game companies. If you want more money, it is not hard to get. So what they've been saying is 2 things. One is that they are specifically all staff have to be in the office for tomorrow and for next Friday, which is typically a work from home day. Usually they do a Friday work from home day, which is something that does match with my understanding. Is usually about 1 day a week people get a work from home. The staff will be in the office on Saturday and Sunday. The company will provide breakfast and lunch with staff receiving time off in lieu of pay, which can be stored and used at a time off at a later date. So they're getting paid in time off. So they don't get money, but they'll get a day off in comp. And then they're also going to be working on Sundays, both Sunday the 6th and the 13th. These can be work from home, but they want to encourage people to be in the office. And if you come into the office, they'll give you breakfast and lunch with staff receiving toil, which can be stored off and used at a later date. And I'm curious if the mandate is actually in the email, if it hasn't something fabricated. Tom Henderson doesn't fabricate things. Tom Henderson is a journalist. He's not a seagull. He doesn't pick up garbage and then shit everywhere and leave. But the other thing, they think they also got plus 1 day, the Monday. Oh yeah, they also got off. Yeah, they got off. I'm going through it real quick, but they also got the Monday after CitizenCon off, which, to be fair, as long as I've known CIG, the day after CitizenCon has always been a vacation. Like they always let all of their staff take the day off the Monday after CitizenCon, because typically there's enough staff that just call in that day anyways because they're so zonked because they're gonna be partying all day. So you know enough. 5.0 delayed. Why is this crunch time thing a story? Because CIG typically doesn't do mandatory crunch. And crunch is a big controversy in gaming because crunch is often led to serious problems. It's usually the foreshadowing of a major problem with a studio. How many companies have had major poor releases because they did mandatory crunch before release, and it came out afterwards that a bunch of the crunch was like super bad for the folks. So yeah, it's like that's a big one. Where do I get that time I got? I don't even know where I got this. I think I got this as part of like a package that came with this the vest and like this. I think this is a whole like stuff. So yeah. CD Pro had a bad crunch leading up to Cyberpunk 2077. BioWare is infamous for their crunch. So yeah, there's a lot of that sort of thing. A few years ago, me and about 10 other people we're on a very important, very high visibility project. I didn't see my family for 8 weeks. One contractor on our team paid for his MBA with the overtime. Crunch happens. Yes, we're not talking about CIG doing slave labor. They are paying people in time off, which typically means they're paying them, but just not right away. So these people could turn around and get the entire week after CitizenCon off if they needed to, with those 4 days, extra days off. So that's a good solid, week off if they wanted to. Most articles say that CIG can't mandate anything or require them to do something. That's the thing, is you can mandate because you sign a contract. It's not really bad, but it's not a great sign. What's the illegal part? Okay, we'll get to that part here. So the other thing was another email that was sent in July of 2024, which said that they pre-approved 12 hours of time in lieu of per week for developers to meet CitizenCon deadlines. However, if they did that, they will only the time off in lieu of pay, the comp time, would only be made available after Squadron 42 ships. So unless Squadron 42 is releasing tomorrow, typically the rule is and it's complicated. I'm not a legal expert. Do not trust me on this one. Talk to a lawyer about this. But if you've worked for a company for 2 years or more, then you're entitled to toil. If you get toil, you're entitled to keep, you have to use it within 17 days. Or 17 weeks of getting it. And the thing is that not only is that this Squadron 42 probably not going to ship within that time frame, but on top of that, employees, they said specifically, employees must still be employed with the company by the time the game ships, or the toil will be forfeited, which is illegal. Like, I think that's even illegal in the United States. You can't give people time off in lieu, or you can't give them comp time and say that you can't use this comp time until a certain date, and if you leave before then, that comp time is forfeit. That is called that is very illegal. Like, that's called wage theft. I mean, there's lots of the things, basically slavery. Now, these are not mandated. These are not, you don't have to use these. This is referencing back in July where they said people were pre-approved, so people could use 12 hours of time. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you about that. All I know is that, yeah. You work in the public sector, you never heard anything like that? Anything like what, Phantom? In UK, labor laws are a bit different, but in the US, if you leave a company, all your comp time gets paid out to your last paycheck. Yeah, typically that's the case. But this is saying you won't get it. If you leave before it ships, you won't even get your comp time. Which is illegal in the US. If you're not unlimited PTO, yeah. Question, brother, have you ever been concerned about Chris Roberts' age? He's getting older. And what if his passion for the game will go away with years? It could. That could happen. But Chris it's not just Chris Roberts making the game. So, the other stuff was like, you need to be mindful of the hours they work. They're asked to have 11 hours outside of work each 24-hour period, which basically means go home, take a shower, sleep, and eat. Don't fucking work for 24 hours straight, you fucking monsters. Not monsters, you hooligans. And I also think that's within legal limits, you know. I remember when I worked in retail, California passed a law where like lunchtime had to be, if you had a lunch period, like a lunch time built into your towers, like if you were work for more than 4 hours, you're entitled for a 30-minute unpaid break. And California at the time had passed a law which said that you had to take that within a certain number of hours. Otherwise, the company would be penalized. And it was a situation where it was designed to protect employees from being abused by their employers. But I didn't want to fucking take my lunch early on. I wanted to take it towards the end of my shift so I didn't have to worry about it. So I could like work and then I could take some time and go, zen, I'm done. Then I only have to work for a couple hours and I'm done. And I got in trouble because apparently that got some fees attached to the company. The company got some fees from the Department of Labor because of that. So sleep, we don't know. We know not this word. Yeah, and C Daddy can. I know C Daddy, who's here a lot, is often working while he's here. Eric doesn't know what the word stop is. I have caught many people I know who work for CIG working while I was talking to them online when it was like midnight, and it's like, go to fuck to sleep, you know. That sort of thing does actually like happen a lot with CIG. So that's sort of those things. So that's really the big thing. And the thing is that you can't report CIG to the UK Labor Agency or anything like that, or UK Labor, what is it called? Tribunal. Because it's only up to the individual employees to report that, and I doubt they will, because the people who would already have done it, and those who didn't won't. Ever play one of those games where you keep going, just one more, I'll do this, just one thing and turn it off, just one more? The game dev can do that too, yeah. And it's important to note that this is a problem with game development in general, and generally speaking, from my experience talking with people who used to work and continue to work for CIG, is that CIG typically isn't part of this crowd, though I have heard some rumblings more recently of former employees who recently left who were unhappy with CIG's management's decisions and were at best mixed, if not downright kind of bitter about their experiences at CIG. And I actually was thinking about doing a captain's table on office hours where I brought this up. I discussed it in the Discord, and a bunch of people in the Discord said, you're basing this off of some deleted tweets from former employees. I wouldn't go that far. This is you're reaching a little bit with some of this stuff. And this comes out and it's like, well, that sort of vibes with what I've been hearing from the grapevine and what I've been gathering, which is there are some people who are upset, and these emails wouldn't have been leaked to, Tom Henderson if there were staff members who were happy. So there's definitely some not happy staff members at the situation. Sid Meier's burnout, yeah. So there's definitely some issues there. However, the thing to understand about CIG is that CIG themselves are made up of perfectionists. They're made up of artists, people who really love their job or really are passionate about getting their job done and really want to get stuff done. They don't come to work for CIG for money. Game development isn't a job that you do for money. It's kind of like teaching in that way. Like, you don't do it for the money. There may be some perks for it, but you do it for the love of the game. And you try to make it work based off of your passions. And the problem is a lot of game companies do take advantage of that. And they'll say, these people are really passionate about what they do. They really want to work, so we're going to work them to death. And that's the problem with crunch, is that it can be used as a crutch for bad management. And that's at least what Tom Henderson is saying, is that CIG has bad management. Like mismanagement at least some levels, if not all levels, is really the accusation that he's leveling at them. Name the game company. No, I mean, I'll go even further. Name a job that has never had a bad manager. I have never had a job that didn't have a bad manager somewhere. But that being said, typically I don't back projects with my own money where I know management is fucking up somewhere. But yeah. This is news. I always thought CIG had poor management. Not necessarily, but there's also a difference between like Hanlon's Razor, you know, they do their best, but they kind of suck, rather than, you know, or like things change and, you know, the like situations change and those situations cause tensions because, you know, things happen, shit happens, things breaks, things don't work out as they're supposed to. You know, and so there's a kind of a discussion of, is that bad management or is that just the breaks of dealing with R&Ds of new technology? Personally, I'm a little bit of both. I think CIG definitely does some mismanagement and has some bad management style and can get lazy and be rest on the laurels. I have been very vocal about marketing, that I think that marketing has gotten lazy and they've gotten they've basically stuck to old guns rather than evolving with the time, which has caused tension, and I can't imagine it not causing tension within the company as well. So, you know. But no game is worth somebody's pain. Like no video game ever made is worth somebody becoming seriously in pain or stressing out, like losing mental health or physical health over it. No one is. And I would, you know, to Tom Henderson's, defense, he's been vocal about this. This isn't the first time he's talked about stuff like this about stuff like this with other game companies. Do I think the bottom turret of the Zeus Mark II ES and CL is going to be down when you press Fretletty? As yeah, I hope all the time you press it. It's gonna. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at it. Tom Henderson's a good journalist. From all intents and purposes, yeah, like I said, he's not a seagull. He doesn't come in to eat garbage, then shit everywhere and leave like a lot of the game journalists that cover Star Citizen. This is probably the first legitimate game journalist I've seen cover Star Citizen in a decade, almost. I'm sorry, but from what I've seen over the years with CIG, the best symbolism I've concluded is a golden retriever that sees a squirrel every once in a while. Not Kotaku and their yearly slam piece, yeah. Has he covered anything besides whistleblowing game companies? No, it's literally what his company is. Like he has insider gaming. Like you can look at his. I've looked at his like he runs insider gaming. Like for instance, recently today he covered that vice president of Rainbow Six, Cameron Lee, has left Ubisoft. He talks about a co-op mode in development. He's talked about Valorant's moving to Unreal Engine 5. The Until Dawn remake gameplay is coming out because it was been hacked or something to that degree. Why the Assassin's Creed Shadows got delayed. Ubisoft says that X-Defiant has fallen behind expectations. Merge Games is closing down. Until Dawn trophy list. Ubisoft board is launching an investigation into the company's struggles. Like, there's a bunch of like, some of it is stuff that's pretty well known, and some of it is more kind of new news that's coming out. Okay, so I'm going to put this in there because how this works. Right there. So I've kind of read over the article, and like I said, I'm going to go back and like read the article word for word, like I do, and kind of break it down a couple of things. But there's two things. Number one, if CIG is doing comp time and saying you can't use the comp time until the game releases, I don't think CIG would be using that as a incentive for people to do overtime if Squadron 42 was still years away. It just doesn't make any logical sense, because it's not the email is mentioned that it was in July, and that it was, you know, the controversy is that you wouldn't be able to use it until it releases, and if you leave before it releases, it's forfeited, which is, again, illegal. It'd be illegal in the United States. It's probably illegal in the UK. So, but this is also not mandatory, as far as we know. It's not mentioned as mandatory. It was pre-approved, meaning people could do it if they wanted to. Knowing CIG speak, if they're offering voluntary crunch for this stuff in July and saying, oh yeah, you can't do this until after the game releases, the only way you would get people on board with that sort of idea is if the game was within a year of that time or shorter. So, is that a shitty behavior by CIG? Yes, it's illegal. CIG don't do that. And you should, that's really awful, whoever came up with that idea. And CIG should be punished to the full extent of the law for breaking the law if they did that. But we can gather some of these ideas that indicates a direction upon which CIG is going to be releasing, which is sooner rather than later. Squadron 42 specifically. And the fact that the leak also talks about it, that this includes finalizing the patch 3.24.2 for Star Citizen and having Squadron 42 demo showcase for Chapter 1, which means that CIG is trying to get 3.24.2 out before CitizenCon, which is not a fucking story. We know that's the case because, as we know as a couple days ago, that 3.24 is built on the 4.0 code base. So what that means is that 3.24 is 4.0. The reason why they don't call it 4.0 is because it doesn't have server meshing, pyro, and engineering, which they definitely need server meshing and pyro in order for them to call it 4.0, because they've always said that 4.0 will have server meshing and pyro. So, and the demo showcase for Chapter 1, they wouldn't be breaking this hard on just a floor demo, or like on a demo like on stage. So almost certainly that's Chapter 1 on the floor. Players in their hands, because ever since 2017, if not 2018, CIG has always had some sort of live demo at CitizenCon for people to play. In 2018, it was the new flight model at the time. In 2019, it was Theaters of War. In 2023, it was Pyro, and in 2024 would be Squadron 42. Not gonna lie, with this quote-unquote controversy AstroPub for crunch, it means that we get awesome ship designs like the Zeus Mark II design and development making progress like Squadron and Pyro, etc. If the end process is awesome, and then like unless the team is getting very awesome like time off for a bit, a month or something, then it's probably worth the crunch, to be honest. There would be no way they would be making just a demo showcase that they could easily, fake for 20 minutes on stage. That's a different beast than a demo showcase that players are going to play. I would definitely understand the crunch for that. Do you think we'll have something to play at home? I don't know. Possibly. I've been a big proponent that Chapter 1 is perfect for players to play. And it would be good for anybody who already has access to the game, because that is not just something that has happened in the past, but recently that's been a big trend where indie games have been releasing like part 1 or a small part of the game either for free or for people who back the game before it's released, so that people can try it out before they purchase it, before it comes out, so you can show it off and such. And as I've said many times before, with my knowledge of Squadron 42, Chapter 1 is not a spoiler chapter. It is not a chapter that will spoil you on the story of Squadron 42. It is almost completely separate from the rest of Squadron 42's story. It is a grounding chapter. It is a grounding mission. It basically tells you, this is who you are, this is the universe you're in, these are the stakes that you are fighting in, and this is where the story is going to go from here. It is a setup rather than it's not even the first act, it's like the bombastic intro to what's going to happen in the rest of the stuff. Will the game go back on sale? I think 100% CIG will put it back on sale at or around CitizenCon. We have Havoc. We do not know that CIG had to take it down because of legal problems in the EU. They have never said, the only thing they've stated on why it was taken down was because they wanted to do price changes, was the thing they said. They're also offering them October 21st off for their hard work. I thought I heard on Salty Mike's video. Yes, they did, but that's actually pretty typical. Like in my years of following Star Citizen and knowing people at CIG, I've never seen CIG not give the day off after CitizenCon. I could be wrong, and if there are current or former CIG employees who are in here who would say differently, that definitely venture to them. But my experience, a lot of CIG developers already take that day off, just because they're partying. It's like CitizenCon is as much for them as it is for us, because they get to meet with the fans, they get to show off their code. It's like a mini GDC for them. So the fact that people are acting like literal single day off is compensation for 2 weeks of crunch is absolutely bonkers. No, because they're actually getting compensation for it, though. It's not like CIG's saying you have to work here and we're not paying you for it. They're just giving you time off. Am I okay with CIG doing mandatory crunch? No, I'm not okay with CIG doing mandatory crunch. I'd rather they do more voluntary crunch, because I think doing a voluntary crunch, they would still get people to come in. I think it shows a lack of trust in their own employees and a lack of faith in the product if they're making everybody show up no matter what. That tells me there's tension somewhere inside CIGs between management and employees, which is why we have unions. Because it's obviously a symptom of a larger problem. But at the same time, it's not unusual. Companies do this sort of thing a lot. And CIG is still paying for their food and also giving them time off, meaning they can take paid time off later. So it's not like CIG is cracking the whip and saying, work or we fire you, Not gonna lie, I'm talking about with my mom in the morning about it. If the Zeus Mark II is on the upgrade bit for when 3.24.2 releases, we're gonna talk in the morning about if we could do it then or later in November, etc. If we don't have enough for when 3.24 releases next week or something, etc. Yeah. Do other game companies crunch free events through or patches? Of course. Yeah, all the time. That's not unusual. In software development, it's not unusual, let alone game development. We have several game developers in chat who don't work for CIG. Jin and Tonic worked for EA for many years. I know Jin has talked about crunch and what he's done. Are you still crunching about crunch? I'm just more kind of going, I was kind of going over the stuff we can actually pull out of this, which is interesting. But people are out also kind of talking about some things because people come in. Not to speak for Gin and Tonic, but Gin and Tonic has talked about very openly that they work for EA for like 20 years. So yeah. I work non-game IT security, and crunch with time off as comp is common. Yeah, I know a lot of IT folks, and typically the thing about IT is that most IT for typical sort of, government, hospital or, average company, non-tech company, You really only have maybe a handful of months where you're super busy because that's when everything happens. And then most of the other time you don't have a lot of stuff to do. So like it's not unusual for IT people I know to work months without a break, like every day, 8 to 12 hour days for, 2 to 3 months, just so they can get through what they need to get to. And then they hit that like that month afterwards. And then they just take all of their built up time off and they just take like 2 months off because they don't really need them after that point. So they just take those days off. And it's often a problem because some clever managers.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your ring lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Majestic Tracks just got a sub from Party Smurf. Party Smurf gifted a tier 1 sub to Majestic Tracks.
Thank you so much for that, gifting that sub to Majestic Tracks, Party Smurf. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers and y'all. Shots and cheers. The quite real question is, whoever is complaining to the other media about 7 work weeks must hate their job. I suspect the only person is the whole company does. I do agree that it's probably one person. But it also sounds like it could be multiple people. And it's not unusual to have people who are disgruntled, but this doesn't sound like a simple disgruntlement. It sounds like somebody is possibly multiple people who have gotten this. But CIG employees themselves have come out and said that like they're kind of pissed off about this news because they're like, so the answer is because we want to get our job, because we love working for what we do, people are mad at us now.
Take away my spaceship.
I am not a fan of mandatory
Take
crunch,
away my
though.
space suit. You can
I
even
think it's a
take away
bad
my
practice.
space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space.
Yeah,
game.
I doubt that Tom would only do it to a single person.
Morio_the_Chores just resubscribed for 29 months. I left IT because the crunch just kept getting longer and longer. So now, I make cans that lower the report of firearms. Laughing face, best decision ever.
Thank you so much there, Moria. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. We've been drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, like it's pretty common. It's a shitty practice, and it does ruin your health. Anybody who's had a project, I have experienced crunch when I was like 17, when I wasn't legally allowed to, because shit had to get done, and my parents weren't the only ones working on like proposals, so I was there to help. Mom and Dad were in the office crunching because they needed to get a proposal done, and it's like, well, I would be doing nothing at home anyways. I'll stick around and help y'all out to help you kind of proofread and look and write copy and check pitch decks and stuff like that. Like, it's typical. Anyone who's had a project, due and you don't have it done, you have a timeline, has probably crunched at some point. I will say, in a company of 1,300 people, it doesn't matter if the company culture is like, someone is not going to be happy. Mandatory crunch is bad, though. Agree. You're never going to make anybody happy and everybody happy. It's CIG's no longer just some small mom and pop company. Of 1,300 people, you're going to get at least one person who doesn't like their manager. Or a manager who's shit. Crumpin? Yes, crumpin. Okay, so back and forth. The actual answer is you can melt it and still have Star Citizen Squadron 42. You should have a VIP item in your hangar when you got a concierge that includes Squad 42 and Star Citizen 42, and the also contains thing that is separate from your game pack. Okay, that's good to know. That would be something to ask. C Daddy, if they're still in chat, about how if you melted, if you have a concierge, do you still have Squadron 42 and Star Citizen even if you're concierge? Because that's literally what C Daddy does. I have no idea what that means, and I'm a game QA. Oh, a story. So in Jira, a story is a type of, or it's not a story. It's what is it called? Agile development. Oh, no, God, Jesus Christ. It's an agile term. Epic story. Sprint.
UNKN0WN Guard 1 and just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs, you mad lad, Unknown Guardian. You're a very important pupper. Very impressive as a reigning pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, the epics. I know those. Okay, yeah. It's okay. We've all had those brain moments. There's many times I have stared at stuff and I'm like, I have been teaching for over a decade. Why the fuck do I not remember this? It's because it's brain. Is really big on Agile dev, is it not? I believe they use a lot of Agile at CIG, but it doesn't always work because a lot of their stuff is R&D, so. Whoa, Paul. Did you read my name and said, oh God. Unknown Guardian, you come in every month, frequently come in, drop like 20 subs, and then leave. It's like, Jesus, scare the crap out of me. You're one of many people who do it. I thank you for that. But yeah. Hey, I like you. Throws $100 at you. Bye. Anywho, the positive way of looking at this is CIG is 100% doing what I thought they were doing, which is they were getting Squadron 42 Chapter 1 polished up enough so that they could have it demoed on the floor, maybe even demo it on stage while people are demoing it on the floor so that you could get an idea of what it looks like, plus other things that they'll show off for Squadron, you know, depending on what they're doing. I gotta fund the Future Museum at the end of the galaxy somehow, and I appreciate it. So that's the big leak. Like, those are the leaks. Like, people will take it as a controversy, and maybe I have brain rot, but the moment I read that, the things that I latched onto was, wait, what do you mean demo showcase for chapter 1 of Squadron 42? What do you mean they're, wait until after it releases? That means that the release got to be soon. So treat this article as hopium. Here's the thing. This article is written by
them biddies.
God damn it. Thank you. You're just dropping $10 rand there in chat there, Unknown Guardian. The Squad 42 monthly reports still haven't been giving me next 6 months vibes, to be honest. Written by who? Written by Tom Henderson. Dem Biddies wrote it, yes. If CitizenCon is on the 19th and 20th, could 3.24 release either the 8th, 10th, or 15th, or 17th? I've heard the 8th or 10th date, Tuesday, Thursday, but yeah, I don't know. It would probably be next week. I would say next week would be when 3.24.2 would go out at the earliest. I think CIG wants to have it out and released by CitizenCon. Article written by Dem Biddies. Sorry. Hello. That's around too much. Yeah, Tom Henderson is not, he's not a fly-by-night reporter. Like, I wouldn't say that he's like the best reporter, but he's a journalist. Like one of the few people I would say is a games journalist. So if he's saying it in a way that he doesn't realize is actually telling us a lot about what's going on for people like me who read too much about Star Citizen. With the Polaris supposedly coming out at IAE, do you think they'll drop it without engineering? Probably, possibly, but I don't think so. I think CIG wants to release 4.0 by IAE, which is possible. Okay, cool. By the way, the 8th and 10th is next week. Literally the 8th. I don't think we're going to see 8th because it's still in Evocati. But I wouldn't be surprised if they released Wave 1 this weekend, if everything worked. Yeah, he's just reporting not knowing about the wider implications of Squadron 42 stuff because he doesn't follow the project. Exactly. He even said on Twitter later that he's been gone down the rabbit hole of Star Citizen and CIG stuff, which, like, I'm okay with. If he wants to start busting out more information about what's going on behind CIG's walls and letting us all know about it, I don't think he realizes that what he's doing is making people like me figure out a lot more about the project than we've ever known. Thank you, Mick. Hey, Luke. The man of the hour. Why am I the man of the hour? What did I do? It wasn't me, officer. I swear. I don't know if Tom, if like a lot of people are taking it as like a negative thing because he's posted on Twitter that he was going down this the rabbit hole and he didn't think he could get out, which is like, I mean, if he's as much of a journalist as I think he is, he may dig in and find a lot of interesting shit. I can't imagine. I would 100% believe that CIG wants to get 4.0 out before IAE. Whether it's possible or not is entirely up in the air. But IAE is in the, to give you context, that is going to be likely the 18th, probably starting on the 15th or 16th. So that is more than a month away at this point. And the 3.24.2 being 4.0 light does tend to indicate, plus CIG's own statements, that they don't expect to be in 3.24.2 for a while. The reason why we're getting 3.24.2 is the same reason why we got 3.23 but cut in half, because CIG is rushing this out so they can get it out by CitizenCon. Why do they need that? Because they got ships that we're releasing at CitizenCon that are in 3.24.2. But they work on the 4.0 code base, so they didn't, because they thought 4.0 was going to be out, so they needed to get 4.0 out in some way, and it also gave them the opportunity to test the code base in some way before they release server meshing and everything else. Rush was a decent band. Rush is one of the best bands of all time, okay? With the layout CitizenCon's around I've seen, there doesn't appear to be an area for people to play a game. Let me pull it up and let me show you. Because you've all stared at it. You know exactly where it is. You've all seen it, but you all think it's something different. So right here, we have ship displays, we've got merchandise, we've got food. Okay, so this is kind of food stuff. We've got registration, we've got bathrooms, we got the theater, we got the lounge, which I assume the Addison Lounge, which I assume is like the VIP area. We got community booth areas, we got more booze and other food areas. And then we've got the big central area, the hangar, as it were, where a lot of these booths are going to be. So, and other things. What's this? Enhance. What does that look like? F8A? No, it's probably more like an F7. I love JRDF. JR and crew are great. They do not have the funds or the resources to do a one-to-one F7A model for people to have. That, it's a fake. That's where they're going to have the demos. Mark my words. It's going to be like a floor panel or something like that, but that's where you're going to place 142, in the hangar of the Bengal. Come on. That's a large amount of floor space for something that's definitely not real. Didn't they do a Gladius at some point? No. JRDF, the biggest thing that JRDF has done is a almost one-to-one Dragonfly. And talking with JR about it, that is a nightmare. That thing was an absolute fucking nightmare to make. And it still breaks and has problems even to this day. It could be a partial model, but that is a lot of space that is taken up for nothing. It could be a cardboard cutout. It could be something, but I'm telling you, y'all, that's where it's going to be. And if that's the case, some of y'all gonna owe me some money. That's just all I'm gonna say. CIG is gonna have folks acting as UE crew, so it being the Hornet makes sense. Yeah. I haven't looked at the floor plan for the building, no. But if this is what they have, I don't think we're going to see much of anything else. I think this is all we have. If there's more areas, then I don't think we're going to see them necessarily. I disagree, Anarcha-Ren. I think it's going to be on the floor. But it's a Mark II, right? Yeah. Anyways, let's talk about the most important topic. How far along will the Perseus be when they're showing it in talking ship? It'll still be in concept. We would have already heard a little bit about it, but we haven't seen anything in monthly reports about them even working on it. They're still working on the Polaris, so. Do I think Mark Hamill will be at CitizenCon? Possibly. Final price of the Polaris? Yes. What is it? 600? More. Okay, AstroPub, I know this may sound silly or stupid, but do you think you could fit a 1 SCU size self-storage box through the airlock of the Zeus Mark II ships? Possibly, because I think the size 1 box is about the same size as a human. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it there. It's not even an issue of money. It's an issue of time off I don't have, so. $750, so probably 800. Mark Hamill will be there and hand out free copies of Squad 42 to everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if CIG gave everyone free copies of Squadron 42 at CitizenCon if they make the announcement. That would definitely be what they do. So I'm going to be streaming. For those of you who don't know, I will be streaming CitizenCon from the Twitch channel. I'm also going to be working with the Inforunners because I am an Inforunner as well. And so I will be streaming from my Twitch channel and the Inforunners YouTube channel at the same time. So if you're watching me on YouTube, you'll see me at the Inforunners YouTube. And we will be covering from the floor because both Algrid and Execute are going to be on the floor. So they'll have cameras and they have a full rig set up, so they'll be able to walk around on the floor. So between the different panels, I'll talk about, you know, what we saw and some context for it. I'll be talking with X and Algrid on the floor. They'll go around the floor so they can show off all the different cool bits. So if you haven't been able to see the floor, if you're not there, you can kind of get an idea of what it's supposed to look like. So. I think I have 4 copies of Squadron 42. Yeah, I think most people are just waiting for Squadron 42 to come out. Let's not forget that one of the sponsors of CitizenCon is a UK PC company. Yeah, they wouldn't. There's going to be a demo of something at CitizenCon. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling it. Telling you. We need to window to watch, Paul. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're not my daddy. Soul singing karaoke. I don't think Two Companies Coming specializes in 3D scanning. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a 3D scanning thing where they kind of let people come in and like scan them for the probably the VIPs. Inforunners aren't streaming separately. I am streaming. I am going to be streaming Inforunners. I'm telling you this right now, Agent. I am going to be the Inforunners streaming. I am basically running the control. Like, we have an overlay. It's got my branding. It's got the Inforunners branding. But the Inforunners, I will be streaming to the Inforunners YouTube channel with that branding, just like you've seen on Inforunners live streams and televisions and like episodes. And then it will, we decided that, you know, I said, like, I'll stream to my YouTube, my Twitch, because I tend to get more people on Twitch than YouTube, though I have a lot of people on YouTube right now. The opposite is true with Inforunners. Inforunners tends to get more people on YouTube than they do on Twitch. So I just said, why don't I stream to the Inforunners YouTube and then stream to my Twitch at the same time? I'm kind of the anchor, yeah. You won't need 2 windows. You'll be able, it'll be literally, you just choose your poison. You want to watch it on YouTube? Watch it on the Inforunners YouTube. If you want to watch me on Twitch, then watch me on Twitch. Kind of like how I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now, but just with this branding, it's instead of me streaming to YouTube and Twitch, it'll be to myself and to, and we'll also do things like, we'll have questions up so you can say, hey, what do you want to see? What do you want to hear from the floor? What are your thoughts? That kind of thing. So. Yeah, back to the floor, Bill. Exactly. I'm going to be the anchor. I'm the booth. I am the moderator, but, you know, to help you all out. Remember last night we chatted about who owns the building CIG is in? I mentioned Enterprise City. I noticed that they're a sponsored CitizenCon map. They are. Yeah, Enterprise City. I don't know what that means. I am Paul Burgundy. Yes. I prefer to watch live through the window. Okay. Now, the typical thing we're going to do is I am not going to talk over the panels. I'm going to have the panels up. You will be able to watch it through the channel. You won't hear me talk about it, but between the panels, I will do commentary. So you can get commentary from me while watching it, and I'm not going to fuck up your vision, your chance. So like when you're watching the panels, I will shut the fuck up. You won't hear me at all. And then when it's done, I will interject. So. I'll take my poison with alcohol. Cheers. Yeah. Wait, YouTube Paul and Twitch Paul are not two different people? No, they are the same person. I know it is scary, but can we watch you during the panels? You can, but you won't see my face. It'll just be the panels. Except you won't see me like Salty Mike and Level Cap did last year. Yes, but you won't see me talking through the panels. It's just no running commentary. It'll just be up and then kind of go between it.
Good news, everyone!
Except the occasional gas. You probably won't even hear that. So I will be live at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning my time on that Saturday, and I'll hate my life. Yeah, it's going to be 2 a.m. Central, or like 3 a.m. Central is when they open the doors. And then the broadcast starts at like 2 hours after that. So I'm going to be live hours before that because X is going to be in the line, and we're going to be live streaming that, and we'll be talking about that. So I'm getting home on Friday from work, and I'm just going to bed. You will not be seeing me stream. To pay back for those former Captain's Table times. But it's like at 9 hours or something like that. So I'll be sitting there streaming, and then I'll stream after the fact as well, where we can talk and that kind of stuff. Watching you on 3:17 a.m. right now. Yeah, you'll be able to watch me normal time or earlier. Post-panel commentary will be great. Questions will be nuts. Yes. What I'll probably do is I'll end up probably streaming for about 12 hours starting at 3 a.m. So 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and then I'll go to bed again and then wake up early on Sunday and do the same thing. No, I am not going to hold Captain's Table on that Saturday. First off, nobody's fucking around. There's no one around that time. And second of all, like, no one would watch. It'll be kind of like a Captain's Table but it'll be more me talking. It'll be more like this than it will be a Captain's Table. I'm in the UK. I'm in Texas, so Central Time. So it'll be 3 a.m. my time, which is, again, I'll be up at 2. As an Australian, CitizenCon starts at 1900 hours, so like 10 p.m. and finishes at like 7 the next day. Jet lag is going to be fucking a bitch for Execute, isn't it? Execute now. Do you like the purple and green paints? I do like the purple and green paints, but I also like Drake. So my aesthetic choices aren't always good. I don't know what the prices are for the purple and green paints, but if they're more than a couple bucks, then they're not worth it. $6 a.m. Eastern, 5, yeah, but the doors open at 3 a.m. And I'm going to be streaming before then because I have to stream before then because that's what X wants. So and you'll be getting broadcast straight from the floor, from the line, and from the floor with Execute and Algrid. We'll be talking and discussing that. So you'll see that beforehand. It'll be exclusive to this channel. I don't even think CIG will have that sort of cameras on the floor. You may see it from other content creators, but you'll be getting a steady stream from myself with high quality cameras. We've done a lot of prep work. It cost us a lot of fucking money. The Informer spent a lot of fucking money on this to make sure that it's going to be as clean as possible for you. I love it for the Zeus. The paint's bringing back to, yeah, it reminds me of laser tag is what it reminds me of.
Take away my space
I also am a
suit.
sucker for purple, so.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Access 0096 just resubscribed for 30 months. Yo.
Hey, thank you so much there, Axis, for that. What was that? 30 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Best Ravine edition. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers and checking out. Shots and cheers. Evocati build incoming. Woo! Another one. All right. MFD and HUD polish pass. They fix some bug fixes, and then 3 client crashes. This update, you'll need to spawn either at Area 18 or Loreville. Most likely run through into gray panels blocking access to elevators or other starting locations. We have temporary Savar set that will help with ships falling through the hangar elevators when lifting them up. This will be a little weird and teleporty, but it should help until a full fix is in. Okay. You like purple? What? I could have never guessed. Not like you're purple in ties and shirts, or in a lot of my theming or anything. I'm a big fan of royal purple, specifically. I've had Rush's Tom Sawyer stuck in my head. I think an early comment, I think. Today's Tom Sawyer, he gets high on you. When the spacey invades, it gets by on two. Rush is still one of the best bands of all time, and I'll fight people who say otherwise. It's one of the reasons why we named one of our cats Fancy. Our first cat, Cam and I's first cat, was named Abby for Abbey Road. And so we named our second cat Jack after Jumping Jack Flash. His full name is Jumping Jack Flash. So a beetle and a stone. And then when we got a third cat, we're like, what else are we gonna do? And I say Rush, because Rush is like up there with those two bands. And so we wanted to find a good name. We found a song by Rush, which is not as well known, called Fancy Dancer. So that's her full name, is Fancy Dancer. Purple is made up. Question, what ships will be at CitizenCon? Well, obviously the Zeuses will be out because the Zeuses are going to be in 3.24.2, which is a CitizenCon patch. The Misk ship, what this files call the Misk Fortune. We've seen a bunch of previews and hints that CIG has been showing of a Misk design, so there's definitely a Misk ship that's coming out. What else is there? We'll probably see a ground vehicle or two. They've talked about in the files. They had stuff like the Grey Cat CAV and stuff like that. So the Fat Fury, possibly. Yeah, the Crusader starter, possibly. We know that there is there's at least like 7 ships. Of those, like maybe 4 were being added out there. We know at least one of them was the Peregrine, and one of them was the ATLS. So I anticipate the Cav and the Misk whatever, and then probably for IAE they'll have the Mirai Guardian or whatever that is, plus the Polaris and other things like that. So Argo CSV is the base building hoverground vehicle, I'm calling it now. Oh yeah, the Argo, yeah. Almost certainly that's the thing we saw at CitizenCon last year that was like attached to an Atlas platform. So when I was
just an old-fashioned
I went to
cowboy.
fill in for a drummer at some gigs, and last minute this band hit me with, we want to add a YYZ to the set list. Holy fuck, no. Nope. You think they'll warbond the Zeus at its prior prices? Probably. I don't see them not doing that, but they'll definitely like have at a higher price when it releases. Starlancer can't be real. I mean, named mix of Starfare and Freelancer. This is bad for even for CIG. Starlancer is literally the name of the ship that of the game that Aaron Roberts made. It's one of the best space games of all time. It's beloved. Starlancer and Starlancer 2 are some of the most beloved space games. Like, Total Biscuit fucking raved about that thing. Who keeps trolling words? It happens every so often. Get used to it. There is Freelancer and there's also Starlancer. Is it loosely tied to Freelancer? It came out in 2000.
Yay! We're live. I think.
It has multiplayer too.
Yay. Hey. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Well, I don't think Freelancer's that hard to get either in these night. Hey! I can't move, game. Or it could be a gas giant with really high speed winds. We don't know.
This is Starlancer.
Oh. Maybe. I guess.
Good luck, Russian. It's got some issues, but yeah. The colony ships that populated the sector of Freelancer came from one of the factions of Starlancer. Oh, okay, so it's kind of connected. I don't think this is Jared. Let me see who this was. I just Googled Starlancer, and this is one of the first videos that came up. This is Space Game Junkie. Oh, hey. Space Game Junkie. For those who don't know, Space Game Junkie is a regular on the channel. They'll show up here. They're also like a content creator. Go check them out, Space Game Junkie. I'm sure they're watching this after the fact and being like, hey, that's my gameplay. Go send them some love. Space Game Junkie on YouTube. If it's named Starlancer, it's because it's an homage to Starlancer, the game. That's just like Freelancer is an homage to Freelancer, the game. That is a Star Citizen low graphics. Nostalgia is fun. It's called back. Like all of the, for those of you who don't know, all of the game, the manufacturers in Star Citizen are references to game, I believe to game companies, except for Robert Space Industries. Like Anvil Aerospace in reference to Digital Anvil, which was one of Chris Roberts's, I think it was the company that made Freelancer. Origin Jumpworks is in reference to Origin Systems, the company that Chris first worked for. I don't know about Aegis or MISC. I think those are also just sort of kind of ties in. Yeah. What was there news today? New news today? If you caught up on the drama around CIG's development schedule, yeah, there's no news, but that's the other one. We'll talk about that here in most of the stuff. Oh yeah, Crusader is in reference to Crusader No More Remorse. What about Mirai? Mirai is new, but Kruger, I think yeah, one of them was named after Trinity's company, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Crusader is referring to the game Tony Z made, Crusader No Remorse, and Crusader No Regret. There's a lot of references in there. A lot of the names were apparently chosen by Ben Lesnick. And Ben was using a bunch of nostalgia stuff and things he knew. Like, for instance, Grey Cat is actually named after his cat, who's literally called Grey Cat. Silas Kerner is actually named after Ben's brother or cousin, who's named Silas. Will we see Tony Z at CitizenCon? Possibly. Where is Tony Z? So last I heard, Tony Z was still working for CIG. According to his own LinkedIn, he still worked for CIG. And as of this summer, some members of Space Tomatoes community ran into Tony Z in Austin, just happened to run into him. They talked for a moment and confirmed that Tony Z was still working for CIG, and even took some questions from them and let them, they kind of departed. So we know that, as far as we know, everything that I've heard is that Tony Z still works for CIG. But as I've said in previous, I think it was previous office hours, Tony Z is kind of a private guy. And I've heard incidents with Tony Z where people were very not respectful of his everything. And so he, because of an incident where a fan during a tour dropped to his knees, clutched his leg, and cried as if Tony Z was some sort of icon, Tony Z no longer showed up on tours when anyone did a tour of the office. So there's a reason why Tony would be kind of not okay with being visible. That was you? You're the one who dropped to your knees and cried? Or is that you who met him? You ruined it for all of us, Taylor. I say no more. So if the Freelancer is a medium, do you think the Star Glancer will be the constellation size equivalent? Possibly. Bound by the NDA as part of the settlement. But I'll go over the news one more because I know a lot of people saw the word leaks and CitCon in my title and are immediately like, I want to hear more, Paul, and probably came in late. But the gist of it is that because of an article written about CIG's mandatory 7-day work week for 2 weeks, accidentally, the writer revealed that CIG is going to be showing off Chapter 1 of Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. And the way that it's being described sounds like it's being a demo that players can play on the floor. So there almost certainly, in my opinion, will be a demo of Squadron 42 on the floor for people who go to CitizenCon, and it will be the first chapter of the game.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
And the other thing was that part of some of the deals that CIG had made with its employees for comp time, for overtime, comp time as overtime. They said that you couldn't collect the comp time until after Squadron 42 launched, and that because it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. It sounds like that means that CIG at least has plans to release Squadron 42 soon. And I trust this writer about as far as I can throw him. Tom Henderson is not a Kotaku writer. He's not a ramen writer who's just there to try to sow as much discord as possible to gain on some stuff and leave. This wasn't being reported on by anyone but him, and he's not the kind of like video games journalist that's a fly-by-night guy. He wouldn't have done about this or talked about this unless he had probably multiple sources. He's a journalist. Based off of my just quick look through him, he has an insane amount of people who follow him on social media, including several CIG developers themselves. So Like, this is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm treating this as legit. This is from a legitimate source who is saying some stuff which is accusing CIG of illegal behavior, which could land them in hot water if it was wrong. The Starlancer. Was the Starlancer in Outlaw Star 2? I don't know that. I will not be able to go into CitizenCon. I had everything planned to go, but then my tooth exploded and I don't have enough time off. Especially in UK where libel laws are as much as Japan. Though I don't think Tom Henderson is in the UK. But yeah. CIG has also declined to comment on it. If CIG was going to correct it, they would have corrected it. So CIG saying they're declining to comment means that it's true. Or at least, not necessarily that it's true, but CIG did not want to correct any sort of discussions. So if 3.24 is part of 4.0 codebase, will we have a full wipe instead of now instead of waiting for 4.0? I don't know. Tooth and MechWarrior Clan's release date. The MechWarrior Clan's release date I didn't think was going to happen, but it's too late now for me to get any kind of fare. It would be so expensive and I don't have that kind of money. Then he also updates shortly after receiving his tips with a time update between work hours. What? A time update between work hours? I didn't see an update. There's no mention of an update. He did say, however, 11 minutes after we reached out another internal email staff to staff read. We want to really thank I want to really thank everyone who's been putting extra time over the next 2 weeks. We'll really make a difference at CitizenCon as we'll show our very best to show our appreciation to those who will be in the trenches with us in the next couple of weekends. Can have Monday to 21st of October and the company as a free holiday. That also kind of that's sort of almost certainly what? I just realized that he's contradicting himself. He's saying that it's mandatory 7-day work week for everybody at the company. And then this email that he's quoting is implying that there are people who aren't working the mandatory 7 days. That's weird. Anyways, yeah, not everyone is, but he's definitely implying that it's 7-day work week. Okay, never mind. He does say it. He just said it earlier. This means 2 extra weekends will be mandated extra time for all those working on deliverables at CitizenCon. There's a lot of caveats in here, which it's shitty. I'm not a fan of mandated time, but you know. Company corrections don't always make things better either. No. Oh, you mean like when they reach out for comment? Yeah, it's a smart PR move. Just say nothing. Are we not allowed to post links in chat? You can post links in chat as long as it's not like porn. Oh, yeah, both Elliot and somebody else commented on it. We talked about it earlier, but I'm not going to get into too much into it because I do want to do a capsule on this. But I do also want to emphasize that he accidentally leaked a bunch of stuff. He wasn't intending to leak this information, but based off of the information he is given, it has corresponded with things that I have been tracking through the monthly reports and following CIG and the development, that it's almost certainly that there will be Squadron 42 Chapter 1 on the floor demo for people to play. And on top of that, they will also have that CIG, because of they mandated the sort of like, not mandated, but gave the pre-approved 12 hours, that CIG is almost certainly going to have a release date sooner rather than later for Squadron. Fire Rats. That's the Polaris Sun Worshippers. Nothing wrong with working 7 days a week, but if that's to do with meeting deadlines, etc., then that is crunch. And crunch is never good for games development. Exactly. That's the point. Hey, I can confirm that 3 to 4 devs in Mike's channel today acknowledge that there's a crunch going on and that there's vast majority of people don't care. Yeah, as I was saying much earlier, Robert, like based off of my understanding of how CIG's company culture is, most people don't give a shit because CIG will... people at CIG will give themselves crunch. I know Eric, people know him as Proxys. He's one of the main people behind Platform. I am at times sincerely concerned about him because he does not sleep. Like this man works. Like his job is his life in many ways. I'm sure he takes time off. I've seen him. I've actually spent time with him, you know, at times when he has had time off. But the last time I had time off with him was a couple of years ago. We were going bowling, and at the bowling alley, he was still working. It's like fucking log off, Eric. I can confirm that we make him take time off. Yeah. So like CIG employees will push themselves to the limits, and their producers, they have entire teams of people who's dedicated to ensure that CIG employees are not burning themselves out, because they do. If they're saying extra time off can only be used after the game is released, then surely their hopeful release date is not too far off from now. Exactly. That's my point. Because it's not something that's not like mandatory crunch for the email that was sent in July. That is being worded as, based off of my experience with CIG, pre-approved. So it's things like saying, hey, we can give you time off if you work extra time to meet the deadlines for CitizenCon. Like that's what we can get out of it. Like, again, I don't think Tom was intended this, but I have Star Citizen brain rot, so these are the things I picked up on. God damn it! Okay, I'll be very brief there, knowledge, and for everyone else, I literally just explained it again. There's going to be a Squadron 42 demo on the floor. Chapter 1 demo of Squadron 42 is going to be on the floor, and CIG is probably going to be releasing Squadron 42 early next year, would be my guess, based off of the information that has been released. Did you look at Squadron 42 report? It's like 3 paragraphs long. That to me tells me that CIG is just not going to talk to us about it. Didn't they fudge the layout when they had the Pyro demo the other game at the other CitizenCon? They said redacted for sure. It's not going to be coming out this year. I don't think it's coming out this year. Take this with a grain of salt, because this was a rumor from a friend of a friend. It was a rumor that I heard last year after CitizenCon from somebody I trust whose source is that, and it's just they fucked what, Jorble? The Pyro demo? So I didn't talk about it until now because I do not like to say trust me bro leaks. Trust me bro leaks are the worst leaks because they have absolutely no sense, and I don't like spreading rumors that don't have substantiation. But stuff like this coming out makes me think that leak was somewhat like realistic, because at the same time it told me at the time when I heard it, I'm like, that sounds stupid. That is a dumb time to release a game, and it sounds half-assed and made up. I don't know why this came from it, but it came from a source that I trust who has direct sources to high members of level members of CIG. it's secondhand. But what I heard was January or February of next year was what they're originally shooting for. Which sounds fucking weird. Yeah, it also is not a lot of time for marketing. Which is, again, the reason why I didn't believe it. Because I'm like, that sounds off. Yeah, that's CIG's downtime, too. So, like, and I have been saying for many years that I think CIG is shooting for a date and they're going to miss that date. Whatever CIG says, I'd add 6 months to it. Not because of the typical, oh, it's CIG, it's 6 months. Like, I have not seen many games at the scale that CIG wants to make Squadron 42 that have released in the time frame that they originally said. Yeah, I think Invictus would be better. That's why I would like, the fucking February? What the fuck? Who the fuck releases a game in February? GTA 6, I don't imagine GTA 6 is coming out in June or July. I imagine GTA 6 is coming out in fall of next year. If there's going to be a playable demo on the CitCon floor, will that playable demo be released to the community, perhaps an Arena Commander side of things, or available online? I couldn't tell you on that. I can imagine that if they're doing something to polish it up to a degree, unless CIG has completely fucked it, which again, entirely possible, but typically CIG doesn't crunch this hard for something they're just going to show off on the floor. They're going to show off on the stage. Because, like, that's, yes, it does take work, but it's not like CIG hasn't been working on Squadron 42 for a decade. It's not like they don't have stuff they could have showed off. February is usually packed some years. Yeah, because March is the end of Q4 for some companies, so. A Christmas release would make them a ton of money, only if it's not going head to head with another big title. Devs have reported CitCon crunch before. There was talk of it last year too, just much more muted. Like I have said, CIG does voluntary crunch all the time. They'll say, we need to get this done. Can people come in and work? And people go, yes. People, like, this is not a secret, but you'll hear a lot of people say, devs have been working really hard. Let them take a break over the holidays and they come back refreshed. So even if the devs are working. Like when CIG has its time off between December and January, their devs working every day. CIG is not a company that turns off because of a holiday. Even their own internal holidays, people still work. They get paid for it, and usually it's voluntary, not mandatory. But yeah, CIG burns the candle from both ends all the time. It's not something that is unusual. The unusual thing is making it mandatory. Civ 7, Kingdom Come 2, Assassin's Creed, Avowed, like a Dragon, Pirate, Monster Hunter, all February release dates. Huh. As I was saying earlier, like when those devs said, "Oh yeah, it's not like we don't want to work." It's CIG burns their fucking ass off all the time. It's a problem. Like it is. I've known people who work at CIG, and I'm like, go to fucking sleep. Stop fucking working. Why are you up? Are you working? No. Yes, you are. I know you're working. Go to fucking bed. They're artists, like, Every game developer I've ever known is an artist. Whether they're developers in terms of coders or animation or art or, you know, design, it doesn't fucking matter. They're all artists, and they have that artist mindset. This is a piece of art that they want to bring to the world, and so they're going to work until they do so. As somebody who's worked in theater, as a theater minor in college, I get it. When you have a production and the show is coming out on this time, fuck everything else. You need to get that show ready to go. Everything that needs to be done and be up there to the point. So you're not a real dad, you can't make us. I get it, chat. February's a stacked month for games, but it's typically an overflow month. Yeah, as usual, where HR comes in and says, knock it off. Literally had to deal with someone's 20-hour unapproved OT yesterday. Yeah. Do you think they will have any plans to address the way this year unfolded or for them? It would feel weird if they did the con just didn't address it. I'm sure they'll talk about it, but I also think that CIG still wants 4.0 out. Is there a time frame for GTA yet? I thought it was going to be the fall. I thought they mentioned it was going to be the fall. Maybe I'm wrong. GTA is 100% going to be delayed again. I believe that was debunked that they said that it was going to be delayed. They did say something to the effect of they are going to look at it to see if they still need more time in like March. I get the toil is probably industry standard, but I don't think it's good enough. Devs should see their wallets fill up with a little when working like that. Toil is, I'm gonna be honest with you, Sendy. As somebody who works in like, who gets a lot of time off because I'm a teacher, so I get like summers off. Like, for instance, today, my kids didn't have class. Like the students weren't here, and tomorrow students won't be there. But today I had to work because we had training. Like most of the time that kids have like a day off for like holidays, I'm working still. So in reality, I really only get like spring break, winter break, and summer break, which is good. I'm not going to lie about that. But even then, I would still 100% take overtime as day off rather than pay, because I'm still getting paid for my day off. I just can take it as a way that I can take a break. And that is a lot more valuable to some people than money is. My wife does the same thing. Well, she'll work, and instead of getting paid extra, she can work overtime on weekends for days off, because sometimes she just wants a week off. Do the math. OT pays more than unpaid day. Overtime pays more than unpaid day. Yeah, but money isn't everything. What? Some people don't value money. Some people value time. And time off is still paid time off. Exactly. It doesn't equate to time people spend with their kids, or people spend with their loved ones, or playing a game that's been released, or sleeping in, or going on a vacation, or all those sorts of things. You mean the acquisition of wealth is not the driving force in some people's lives? Listen, don't you start quoting the rules of acquisition to me. They're major. That reminds me, we need a Banu rules of acquisition. The Banu holy book. Not like literally a rules of acquisition, but some sort of like cultural guide that talks about like how Sulis are formed and all that sort of thing. Banu rules of cheerful and correct capitalism. The Banu guide to what's the famous one? How to make friends and influence people. The Banu guides to friend making and people influencing. I get it, Robert, but the issue is that, and I've been meaning to do this just as a fucking capsule, but I have to go get some water and we can talk about it. The root problem I have with this coming out is more to do with the fact that the reason why it comes out is because people are upset. Now, people are always upset. You're never going to find everyone to be perfect, but this sounds like it's multiple people who were upset about this. Getting it sent out, and because they were contacting reporters and not just Kotaku, but an actual reporter. You know, no shade on people who started their career in Kotaku, but Kotaku and IGN and those sites just are garbage. They're garbage reporting for garbage for garbage clickbait. It's the dredge of the dredge when it comes to information. So what this means is that there's something going on. So even if it's like, oh, well, I work really hard. I'm a teacher. I don't work 40 hours. I haven't worked 40 hours, like less than 40 hours, 40 hours or less in my career since I was a new teacher. I put in on average, like, I would say 45 to 50 hours in terms of like stuff I do when I'm not supposed to be working. So like, I get it. I work my ass off too. I also have a lot of time off, so I'm not that concerned. But this does indicate some other issues inside CIG, especially complaints about management, which isn't new, but that's an important thing to keep an eye out. And it doesn't reflect everybody, because as CIG employees have even said, it's reflect them. And from what I know about CIG, that's true. But it does seem weird that CIG is doing these sorts of borderline, if not fully illegal tactics, as well as mandatory crunch, which seems like, why are they making it mandatory and not voluntary? It's kind of weird. Is that including correcting tests and homework? Correcting tests, homework, building lesson plans, going to go do training, calling parents, doing meetings with for things like mandatory meetings for like IEPs and 504s, setting up the rooms, breaking down the rooms, traveling. There's a lot of stuff. I'm sure someone like Destin will appreciate your estimation of his. Who's Destin? As I've always said, no shame on the reporters who are doing their jobs at Kotaku and IGN. Someone's got to make the fucking ramen money, all right? Because I know those sites notoriously abuse their staff, underpay them like crazy, and overwork them because they're taking advantage of passionate people as much as game developers are. So they got to get those clicks. So, and no shame on them trying to get the clicks, but I'm not going to respect them for doing that. What's the illegal part? I guess I missed that. Oh, that CIG said that earlier in the year, they said that they gave people up to 12 hours per week of comp time, overtime for working to help meet CitizenCon deadlines. But they couldn't get that comp time, that toil, time off in lieu of pay, until after Squadron 42 releases. And if they quit between now and when Squadron 42 releases, they would forfeit that pay, which is, even in the United States, illegal. You have to be paid for the work you do. He has his own YouTube channel, but he also works for IGN. Is he like a bigwig, or is he just an average person? I got the impression Holden Mycroft was the new live director, but we haven't heard a peep out of him since the whole not a cash grab thing. I do hope we get new live info on what's coming on with the managing live soon. No, this is completely real. This is a set. No, that's not even a set. I'm on Pyro. I'm on Pyro. I'm on Bloom live. Hello and welcome to another episode of The Astro Historian. My name is Paul Shelley. Hello, my name is Paul Shelley, and welcome to The Astro Historian. This is a channel dedicated to all things lore and of sci-fi and space universes and discussing their impact. Today, I am the Astro Historian. Yes. You're not the first person to find me. I always find it funny that people find me like, wait, are you the Astro Historian? Are you Paul Shelley? Yes, I am.
You can take away my space
suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
And I am Office Hours. I am the Warhammer 40,000. I am the Star Citizen.
Stacks HD has subscribed.
Thank you, Stacks HD, for that Twitch Prime, or that regular subscription. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very big pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Notice right there is a little logo. You might recognize that logo. That's why it's there. No, when I was at CitizenCon last year, a lot of people were like, holy shit, are you the Astro Historian? It's so weird because for those of you who don't know, I got my start doing Twitch and YouTube as the AstroPub.
Take away my space suit.
And the Astro Historian was an add-on
You can
later.
even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Forge, a membership. Forge Horizon celebrates 14 months of membership. Yay.
Thank you so much for that 14 months of support there, Forge. You're a very important power, very impressive, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. We've been drinking. Shots and cheers and y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, Coffee, you've been around for a while. That's when I first started was my Kerbal Space Program streams, so yeah. Nah, that's restricts a tall dude. I'm 6 foot. I'm over 6 foot, actually. When I put on shoes, I'm like little over 6 foot without shoes, and with shoes on, I'm like 6'1". Yeah, watch those. Guy had all his teeth. Can't be the same. I hate you, GQ. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. When we come back, we'll do some capsules. And are those heels? No, just regular ones. What kind of production experience do you have? Those videos are amazing. Not that much, all self-taught. I mean, I learned a little bit in high school. I did a couple of classes, and I've kind of built off it from that, but I've been doing videos now for... God.
UK Dude 2 just gifted 20 subs.
Thank you so much for that 20 subs there, UK dude. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, I'm 6 foot, y'all. Oh my god, I never thought I'd watch the Astro Historian emote for subs at 4 a.m.
I love the
Capsule. Yeah. UK dude, you're nuts, dude. The way you manage your editor is inspiring. How do you learn that? So there's two things. I edit most of my own videos, but then Uri the Smoke is my I think I should know him as Uri. Uri is my editor for a lot of stuff. So Uri does a bunch of editing stuff for me. He does most of the complete history of Star Citizen lore stuff. So if you're impressed by that, that's Uri. I also did a lot of theater when I was in college, so I have some of that production experience, but nothing like an video editing. I've figured out a formula that works for me. So, and I watch a lot of stuff. The way you manage your editor is inspiring. The way I manage my editor is by letting him cook. How can I donate straight to me? So there's two ways you can do that. Number one, tips will give you that's a donation link. You can also become a Patreon. Patreon and Ko-fi stuff is best for Astro Historian stuff because I usually it almost always goes there first, then everybody else, and sometimes it can be up to weeks before everybody else gets it. So I'm going back to the UK for the first time in 20 years to go to CitizenCon. Alcohol will be involved.
Jive
nice.
the bits.
Thank you for them biddies there, Drycon. Jab the bits, give the bits. Tip, I think, actually, maybe. What's going on? Yeah, it's right there. It's tip, not tips. All right. I'm going to go get something to drink. And when I come back, we'll do a capsule on the controversy.
Dem biddies.
Thank you, Dem Biddies. And then after that, I'll be I'll do the monthly report, the Star Citizen monthly report. So luckily I only have a 2-hour bus ride to Manchester. You're lucky. When it comes to Austin next year, I will laugh all the way because it's like I live like 30 minutes away from anywhere that they'd host it. So I'll be mad if they release the Galaxy and the Perseus disappears in the ether. They won't. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, mute for a moment because when chat's about to go insane. When I come back, I'll turn off the fun button, but chat's gonna go nuts.
Weapons free, y'all.
Two words. Distress and bacon.
Good news, everyone.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I love democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Calls himself an outlaw.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Mission complete.
Stand by for Titanfall. 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 Stand by for Titanfall.
Weapons free, y'all.
I love democracy.
Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall.
Drugs.
Mission complete. Burrito.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
There you go.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I love democracy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot. Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
All right. Purple turtle paint? Yes. So what kind of leaks we're talking about tonight? So Cameron, we talked about this a lot, but I'm going to go over this in a capsule now. So for those of you who don't know how a capsule works, I'm going to be talking to the camera for a YouTube video. I don't know if this will I'll actually release this as a YouTube video or not, just because I don't know if it will do well, A, and B, I don't know like where I could drop it in my schedule. Because if I drop it just tomorrow, then it might it'll probably take away from views from this video, and may also eat into videos on Saturday and Sunday, but it might not. That might work.
Dem biddies.
Pogga's YouTube production live.
This is just for my the AstroPub live stuff, though. So this isn't like really what I do on for the Astro Historian or anything like that. All right. All right. Turning off all of the alerts here. All right, welcome to another Office Hours Capsule. That's right, Capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. We'd love to have you come live and join the live chat here as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. This one's actually a pretty spicy one. This one has nothing to do directly with CIG, but from a company called Insider Gaming, from a writer named Tom Henderson. Now, if that name sounds familiar, it's because Tom Henderson is a pretty big deal in the gaming journalism industry. They are fairly well regarded, and I wouldn't normally be talking a lot about journalism and dealing with Star Citizen, because a lot of it is very fly by night, very I'm here for the clicks and move on. But Tom Henderson doesn't really do that. And he's also the first person to break this story with insider knowledge for a lot of stuff. So with that being said, let's take a look at this this article, because it says more than just the kind of worrying stuff that's going on at CIG, but also accidentally leaks a bunch of stuff about CitizenCon and Squadron 42 specifically. So let's take a look. So the title is Star Citizen developer Cloud Imperium Games imposes 7-day work week ahead of CitizenCon. Now I'm going to read this in its entirety because I feel like you need to read the whole context of the article before I, actually kind of break down some of these things. Okay. Cloud Imperium Games, the developer of Star Citizen, has mandated its developers to work 7 days a week to meet deadlines for CitizenCon on October 19th. An internal email sent to staff yesterday states that the company needs to, quote, double down over the next 18 days to make sure that once again we can create an amazing experience for our community, unquote. This includes finalizing patch 3.24 for Star Citizen and having a Squadron 42 demo showcase for Chapter 1. The email later continues, quote, this means for the next 2 weekends we will be mandating extra time for all those working on deliverables for CitizenCon, unquote. The company mandate states, all staff will be in the office on Friday, October 4th and Friday, October 11th, typically a work-at-home day. I will correct that a little bit. In my experience, it's not always a work from home day. CIG developers have talked to me in the past about it being an optional work from home day, and it usually depends on how many hours you work during the week. Typically, it will allow for work from home from Fridays, but I don't know. Based off a lot of these things, it seems like these developers are from the UK, so they may have CIG Manchester may have different standards, but it's not always a guaranteed work from home day, depending on where you are. All staff are in the office on Saturday, October 5th and Saturday, October 12th. For these days, the company will provide breakfast and lunch, with staff receiving company toil, which is time off in lieu or comp time for us in the United States, which can be stored and used at time off at a later date. All staff will work on Sunday, October 6th and Sunday, October 13th. This can be a work-at-home day, but the company encourages people to be in the office. For these days and those in the office, the company will provide breakfast and lunch, with staff receiving toil, which can be stored and used in time off at a later date. Insider Gaming understands the recent mandate is the latest in a slew of ridiculous requirements imposed by its developers due to mismanagement, leading to some leaving the company entirely. Another internal email sent to Insider Gaming on July 24th reveals that Cloud Imperium Games, quote, pre-approved, unquote, 12 hours of Squadron 42 toil per week for developers to meet CitizenCon deadlines. The catch? The toil will only be made available after Squadron 42 ships, and employees must be employed with the company by the time the game ships, or the toil will, quote, will be forfeited, unquote. The email continues that the UK employees, quote, need to be mindful of the hours they work and are asked to have 11 hours outside of work in each 24-hour period, unquote. Insider Gaming contacted Cloud Imperium Games ahead of publication and received acknowledgement but no comment on the matter. However, 11 minutes after we reached out, another internal email staff read, quote, I want to really thank everyone who will be putting extra time over the next 2 weeks. It will really make a difference at CitizenCon, as we will show our very best. To show our appreciation, all those who will be in the trenches with us over the next couple of weekends can have Monday, 21st of October on the company as a free holiday. This hopefully will give a little break for everyone to rest after our long CitizenCon weekend that drives and the drive towards it. As of May 2024, Star Citizen's raised $700 million in crowdfunding. It says employees at Cloud Imperium Games can talk to me securely and anonymously at tomhenderson@protonmail.com as I continue to investigate the issues at the company. All right, and kind of plugging something else. So, what does this mean? So, for those of you who don't know, toil is time off in lieu of payment. It's in the US we call it comp time. So crunch time isn't unusual. And from my own understanding of CIG's staff and knowing people at CIG, generally speaking, people will work overtime a lot. In fact, it's been told to me that is actually kind of a perk of the job, is that while the pay isn't great, benefits are pretty good, and if you want overtime, you can always get it, meaning it's not difficult to make more money than what you actually are paid because there's almost always overtime. But this is the first time I've heard of CIG doing mandatory overtime for CitizenCon. They may have done mandatory overtime for other things, but we haven't heard about it before. That's a little disconcerting because typically when you have crunch doesn't make better games. And so this is just a personal editorial for me. I don't like when CIG does crunch. I don't like it when any video game developer does crunch because it makes worse products. Just from a practical standpoint, it makes worse products, and also people's health and sanity aren't worth a video game. CIG has also stated, the developers have also come on Twitch streams and kind of confirmed that this is the case to a degree, but also said that we would do this voluntarily. It's like a lot of them tend to do it voluntarily, and I have personally experienced many times when CIG developers that I know, when I've done something else with them, or I've caught them working when they shouldn't be working. Now, they're probably being paid for it, but even I have seen friends who work at CIG who are overworking themselves. So it is not uncommon for that to happen voluntarily. But that is concerning. It's not unusual. It happens a lot. It's something that's not good in the industry in general, but it does happen. I know I've heard a lot of people say that, well, you crunch at this, you crunch at that, other people do crunches. That's besides the point. I don't like it when people are forced to do work when they don't want to do work. I get it, but I get it. It's not unusual, but it shouldn't be usual. The real thing, which is actually, I think, kind of illegal, at least it would be illegal in the United States, and it has been. I'm not a legal expert. This is not legal advice. I couldn't tell you anything. This would be a lawyer. It'd be interesting to hear a lawyer's take on this because I don't know much about this. And there's been a lot of people spitting out legal stuff for a while. And it's like, okay, cool. I'm not a lawyer. I couldn't tell you. But the part which was the email sent in July 2024. Also, before I get to that, it's also important to note that they kind of say all staff in these things. But when they're saying all staff for the mandatory crunch time, they're talking about staff working on CitizenCon stuff. So stuff for CitizenCon and Squadron 42. So that's an important caveat as well, because it kind of makes it sound like it's everyone at CIG is working, but really it's the people who are working on CitizenCon stuff. Which could be probably a lot of them, but as I also know, not everyone's working on 3.242 or CitizenCon. The thing that's a little bit more kind of legally issue is the July 2024 emails, which say that they can get Squadron 42 time off in lieu of pay, but they will only get that time off after Squadron 42 releases, and if you quit before then and before now and then you won't get that toil. You won't get that comp time. Setting aside even legality, that's fucked. All right, that's just an absolute shit thing if it's true. And again, I don't expect the writer who did this to casually accuse CIG of labor violations like this. Just from a moral standpoint, that's fucked. And CIG needs to do better than that. But from a legal standpoint, I believe you're entitled to the work you do. If you do work on a company time, you have to be paid for the work. So if you get time off, they have to either pay you for that time off if you leave before you can use it, or let you use it. So that's probably illegal. Again, not a legal expert, but based off my own experience and what I've heard people say, that sounds about right. So those are both not good, and they do sound like they're part of a worrying trend, which I have seen people who've worked at CIG, who I follow on social media and have known casually through conversations, who have left CIG recently, and they did not sound like they left on good terms. So there's definitely something going on inside of CIG over the last 6 months at least, which has caused some consternation and some turmoil inside CIG. Of course, this wouldn't have even been out if people were happy at CIG. Another caveat, there's 1,300 people who work at CIG. A company's large enough, you're going to have people who don't like each other, who don't get along, or managers who suck. Even at the best companies I've worked at, I've had managers who suck. So, that's going to happen. But this isn't good, at the very least, in any way, shape, or form. CIG has refused they've acknowledged that they got this and stuff, but they do not have a comment on any of this. So that is what it is. CIG's not going to talk about it. But I don't know. That's just my personal opinion on this one and stuff. I want to make sure y'all had about this. Now, the good sort of weird sort of good things that came out of this was, if this is to be true, is to be believed, which I do believe based off of the status and reputation of Tom Henderson, he accidentally leaked a bunch of stuff. Oh, I already said fuck. So a bunch of shit. Which is that there is going to be a Squadron 42. First off, 3.24.2 is coming out before CitizenCon. It's the CitizenCon patch. We know this. And Squadron 42 is going to have a demo showcase for Chapter 1. Now, that could mean just on the floor, like just on they're going to show it off on the stage and all kind of stuff. That's fine, but just Chapter 1 seems a little specific. And for those of you who've been watching me for a while will know that I have had a theory that Chapter 1 was being polished so that they could give players on the floor of CitizenCon time to play it. And I will show something else that I have found. Pull it up. Didn't pop up here. That's okay. I'll pull it up the other way. If you look at this map, this is a map of CitizenCon. You will see a bunch of different things. You will see the gallery. The gallery generally is for food and drink, as well as merchandise. You have the community booths here. You have the theater where things are being shown. You have the lounge here, which are premium ticket holders. And then you have the general lounge here. So the general lounge here, you see here, we have this big cutout of what looks like an F7, an F7C Mark II. Hornet F7C Mark II. That's an awful lot of space, unless that's an actual full-sized scale model of the Hornet, which could be, but I don't think so. I love JRDF, but I don't think they're capable of producing something like this without it costing a ton of money. I believe this is hiding something. Specifically, hiding an area where you might have, I don't know, demonstration machines up. Not to mention, I believe one of these companies down here is actually a UK-based PC company. So I believe this is a Squadron 42 play area. Since 2017, every in-person CitizenCon has had some kind of demo. Since 2018 at least. 2018, I was there, and it was the new flight model. 2019 was Theaters of War. 2023 was Pyro. This is a trend that they've been doing. It'd be odd if they didn't have that same trend going on here. So I have a feeling that that is going to be a Squadron 42 Chapter 1 demo. And some in chat saying this is a bit small. That's half of the lounge. It's not to scale, but it's half of the lounge. It's half of the whole lounge. I don't think that's small. So yeah, I think. Oh well, I was going to say the other thing is they mentioned that they were giving CIG employees comp time or toil time for Squadron 42 content, and they said that they wouldn't be able to be paid until after Squadron 42 releases. As far as we know, that was not mandatory comp time. That was not mandatory crunch. What that one was just pre-approved time for do 12 hours a week. So an additional 6 hours a day over like the weekends. That seems to indicate, if it's voluntary, that if anybody took it, they were taking it with the understanding that they were going to be getting that toil time sooner rather than later. Which seems to indicate that Squadron 42 is coming out soon. Not CIG soon, because this is like HR nightmare, like legal issue soon. So there are some goods and bads. The bad is everything we heard, which includes possibly illegal stuff. And the goods are, it seems to be in the process of talking about this, kind of revealed a bunch of stuff that's coming at CitizenCon, which CIG has been trying to keep under wraps. So with that being understood, I do want to hear y'all's thoughts in the comments down below. First off, what are your thoughts on CIG's issue, on the stuff with CIG? And do you think I'm crazy for thinking that they might have these demos on the floor? Please let me know in the comments below. And like I always say, oh yeah, of course, like the video if you enjoyed this. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so, and hit the bell icon to be notified when release. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. And cut, yeah. You should kind of throw it there. Hey, below average game, how you doing? Look at that professionalism. I am not a professional. I swore a lot of that one. If it is soon, it can only be down to fulfilling some obligations, if not met, would incur some severe financial penalties and probably public scandal that CIG cannot afford. Am I going to be at CitizenCon? I will not be at CitizenCon. I originally was planning on going to CitizenCon. I had a ticket. I had a plane ticket. I had a hotel room. I had everything set aside, and then this happened. And I lost the time off that I would have had to go. I don't think we're going to see Squadron 42 out by the end of the year. I'm going to be honest with that. Will Squadron 42 play like Mass Effect 1 through 3? No, more like Wing Commander. It's going to be similar in the sense that it's a single player game, not a multiplayer game, and there is definitely a lot of social aspects. Like, as I've said many times before, for those of you who don't follow Squad 42 development like I do, y'all aren't ready. The Squadron 42 is like a third of the game is social. You'll be like a third of the game is going to be cutscenes or like talking with people or wandering around the ship or going around different locations and talking with folks. And it's very immersive sim sort of style. A third of the game is going to be FPS combat and a third of the game is going to be flight combat. Not exactly, but close to, because that's how they broke down the game. So just like Wing Commander. Yes, but Wing Commander had, what was it? Full motion video cutscenes and stuff like that. You're not going to have those sorts of like click and you're going to have full walkable areas, similar to say like Mass Effect, where you can walk around and talk with people and interview people and that kind of stuff. No, you can't romance anyone. There's no romancing in Squadron 42 as far as we know. It's a Wing Commander successor, so it's not going to be linear. It will be branching. Oh, so we're gonna get Metal Gear 1 hour cutscenes. I mean, Chris Roberts and Hideo Kojima have that in common, where they both love film. There's plenty of videos online of Wing Commander supercuts of the film, of the stuff they filmed, which is all live action, by the way, for Wing Commander, which included people like John Rhys Davies, Mark Hamill, and then who was the guy who played Biff in Back to the Future? I forgot the guy's name, but like he played Todd Maniac Marshall and stuff kind of stuff. Yeah. And I also had Malcolm McDowell. When does Squad 42 take place in the relation to Star Citizen PU? It takes place in 2944. So right now it's 2954. So it takes place 10 years in the past. Tom Wilson, thank you. I know you love history, but have you played the New Age of Mythology? I never was a fan of Age of Mythology. That wasn't my game style. I've heard pretty good things about it though. 2945. I have to double check. The Battle of Vega is 2944 in October, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's 25 to 45. I was 1 year off. You're right. It's October 2945. So about 9 years ago. I did not watch anything wrong with this. No, I've heard good things about it though. I think I'm getting it confused with. They had the Hornet Mark II was released in 2946, I want to say, and originally 2945 or 2946. It was 2946, and I gave them shit for it because they said, because I'm like, why is the Hornet Mark II flying around in the Battle of Vega when it before it was invented? I mentioned that in the Anvil lore video, and they changed it after that. You might know this or anybody here, but is there a guesstimate on the Anvil Liberator with the Pyro on the horizon? It's not been mentioned being developed, even in development. So not probably years away. Am I streaming with Execute Al and everybody else? Yes. Unrelated, I started Cam's book. I hope you enjoy it. Hey, Don's Country, how are you doing? I thought it starts as an RTS game in the style of Empire at War. And it's looking like MISC is the next manufacturer focus. So yeah, I think MISC is going to get the treatment afterwards because of the Odyssey. And with the Odyssey, you're also going to get the Expanse. Yeah. I'm in Star Citizen for the long haul. I bought an Endeavor. I might be a decade before that's in the first. Cult of the Endeavor. You're not getting the Odyssey until you get the Expanse, because both of those have refining, and refining isn't in the game yet. So those are, I'm pretty sure, going to be their focus alongside the Polaris, the Perseus, the Galaxy, and the Astro. Is Misk teaser a new starter ship? Based off of a couple of leaks, it's probably the Misk Fortune or the Misk Starlancer. It is still the main focus for ship development. It's but CIG has 49 people on the ship team. And one of those, at least several of those people, work for Montreal. And Montreal has not been a full-fledged ship team because they had been, their first ship was the Cutter. And after they did the Cutter, they did the Zeus. So now they are fully on board with the new RSI style. So I wouldn't be surprised if many of the people from the Polaris ended up working on the Perseus, and some people who worked on the Zeus will end up working on the Galaxy, or vice versa. And then after that will be the Misk. Yeah, it's okay to share leaks here as long as there's a source for it. If there's a Starlancer, then I doubt the Starlancer is going to be released at CitizenCon. I bet you it's going to be the concept ship that they're selling. My guess is it's it's Misk's version of the Connie, which would be like an advanced freelancer, basically. I don't know. I haven't looked at the leaks for it other than the name, so. RSI balls no longer in development. You got to push harder online. It's okay to share leaks as long as you're not R. Kelly. There needs to be a good source, and that source needs to either be something that is like tangible that you can see, or something that has a lot of credibility behind it. Just saying "trust me, bro" isn't a leak, or isn't a story, isn't a source. And using "trust me, bro" sources, like when you hear shit at a fucking bar citizen, it's not a fucking source. No, trust me, dude, is not okay. Trust me, bro, this drunk dude is my source. Just the worst one. Always ask for a source. Like yesterday, for instance, this is not shitting on the person who asked me this yesterday, but yesterday somebody said, Master Modes is proof that Star Citizen's community is dying because after Master Modes released, CIG lost 600,000 active players. And I was like, what? Where is these numbers coming from? How do you know what the active player base is in Star Citizen? And so I started to investigate what they were saying and found the site that they were talking about it. And it was from a guy who, like, GEM reviews or something like that. Don't shit on them, don't hate on them. They apparently don't like Star Citizen, or think CIG's the devil, or Chris Roberts kicked his cat. I don't fucking know. He just doesn't like Star Citizen. And so he apparently was using those sources from from this website called like MMO Population or something like that. And I went and looked and found that source, and that source said that Star Citizen had an active player base of 22 million, which is a problem because that is more people than accounts have been made on the website. So it's like 4 times almost, or it like The actual number of accounts is like a quarter of that number. And that's a problem because you need to have an account to play the game. And not all those accounts are necessarily unique accounts, because some of those accounts may be multiple, people may have multiple accounts. And yeah, so I broke down, and it turns out that the source that they were citing even says they use Reddit as a source of information. They check Reddit, and then they do a formula to generally calculate what the active player base is and the subscriber count of each individual like MMO, and they justified it by saying it matched with the records on Reddit. So Reddit is a good indicator of how popular an MMO is. The problem is that that entirely discounts how many bots that run on our Star Citizen. It is an awful thing that has been existing for a long time. I remember the story and that kind of stuff about how Star Citizen was one of the most downvoted subreddits in Reddit history, because people created bots specifically just to downvote anything that was posted new on Star Citizen. Congratulations, Vinny. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully you didn't lose anybody. Now we know there's 4 bots for every person on Star Citizen Reddit. Yeah. So, like, yeah, that math ain't mathin', which is the reason why it's always important to interrogate sources. If somebody is saying something, ask them where they're getting that information. And sometimes, legitimately, it will be something you don't know, and that's fine. Like, it's not an insult to say source. It's just saying, if you state something, back it the fuck up. Yeah, it's Twitch does that typically. So the train of authority went from you to the chat member who read a person's site. No, not even that. From a chat member who heard it from another YouTuber who pulled it from a site that who cited MMO population days that uses useless data. So it was already misinformation on YouTube posted by somebody who has an axe to grind with CIG, using that as a source for why things are bad. Which, again, I just did a video about how CIG is doing illegal shit and they should stop doing illegal shit. Like, they have passionate developers who will work overtime if they need them to work overtime. Just say that and don't make people fucking come in, because that shit's fucked up, obviously. Don't be a dick. But, like, or be a better fucking leader. Leaders, because I don't, probably not just a single person. So I'm not exactly sitting here fluffing CIG's balls, but, like, you gotta be next level, like, angry to make up shit like that. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, because I always back my rage with facts and documented sources. Never fuck with somebody with receipts. Never fuck with somebody who comes with receipts. That's all I'm going to say. Because, like, receipts are powerful things. Yeah, the site also admits that its data is erroneous. It says that it defends itself as saying, we are not meant to be a factual source. We are just, this is a general look. We're probably also going to be wrong, but the idea is to get a general idea. It's a guess. Get with the feelings. Good times, Paul. Feelings beat facts nowadays. What if this was leaked on purpose to get more eyes to watch CitizenCon? Hate watch is still exposure? Nah, it's not intentional. Just getting in. What leaked? I've been streaming for 3 hours. I've been saying this multiple times. I'll give you. Do you mind if I steal that, Paul, for when I get when I'm in an argument? What about fluffing CIG's balls? What steal what? Fear a man with fear a person with receipts? Of fluffing balls, sure. Okay, I will do my best to kind of summarize it, but the basic gist is in a article which specifically calls CIG out for possibly illegal business practices, they accidentally leak that CIG is going to be doing a Squadron 42 demo for Chapter 1 at CitizenCon, and from the sounds of things, it's probably a playable demo on the floor for players. So people at CitizenCon will be able to play Chapter 1 of Squadron 42, or at least part of Chapter 1 of Squadron 42 on the floor. And they also were indicating that one of the things that's kind of illegal was they were paying people in time off for working overtime on Squadron, but they would only be paid in that time off after Squadron 42 released, which means that because it wasn't mandatory, it was you can get it if you work. It was put as an incentive, so there'd be no one who signs up. They wouldn't get a lot of people signing up for paid for overtime that you wouldn't be able to get for years in advance if they thought that Squad 42 was going to release in 2 years. So at least internally, CIG is thinking of Squadron 42 releasing sooner rather than later. How would they know that? What do you mean, how would they know that? How would CIG developers know that? Because they're working on the game? These are all from leaked emails that developers have leaked to the press. How would the leaker know pay details? Because these are from emails that were directly sent to them. Yeah. Toil, yeah. Yeah, it also spoke of, I talked about that earlier, the controversy was you could only get it back, you could only use the time off when after Squadron 42 released, and even then you had to have, yeah, they're not a good sign. Those leaks are a sign of internal conflict at CIG. That's another problem. It means that multiple people are upset internally with CIG. And the person, Tom Henderson, is not a fly-by-night developer or reporter, and they have consistently been digging down. They're probably writing a bigger expose on CIG, and they're getting more information from developers who work at CIG. I looked at their social media. They are big name. They are a big name like reporter. And on top of that, several members of CIG that I follow on social media follow him on social media. So, yeah. So almost certainly we're going to get a Jason Schreier-esque deep dive into CIG and their practices, which is based off of his current look at stars at CIG is not pleasant. Not really illegal if they pay them in the form of a bonus. Well, Artec, the illegal part was that if you quit between the time you worked and Squadron 42 came out, you would not get your time off. You wouldn't get paid for your time off. So then CIG's funding is going to go up then? I don't know. This isn't a Siegel reporter. This isn't a ramen reporter. He's not doing this because he thinks he can get a bunch of clicks and then, you know, jump away to the next big news story that they can then milk for as much clicks as possible. He's a journalist. Like, if he gets enough interest in it, he'll continue to dig, but he broke the story because people reached out to him. But is it illegal in the UK? Well, it's illegal in the US, so I imagine it's illegal in the UK. UK has much stricter labor laws than the US. I mean, not IGN or Kotaku, yeah. But also, like, Mom's Game World. They're like little mom and pop ones that pop up and retweet everything. But don't you think they would have checked if they were allowed to do that before the mandate made the mandate? No, because CIG has also got in trouble for firing an employee who they refused to let do work remotely and violated their civil rights because of their autism. There's a full legal case on that CIG had to pay a fine for fucking up on. Not unusual. It happens a lot. I mean, like, I don't think I've worked for a company in the US that hasn't run afoul of labor practices at some point. It's just people aren't always the bad guy. Just people don't know the labor laws, and employees do. And if a manager is dumb and falls into a trap of an employee, then they're dumb and they broke the laws. This was not voluntary. This is mandatory. The mandatory up to CitizenCon is mandatory. The stuff that I said was the like, you need to do it in like July. There was an email that was sent out that said you could get 12 hours per week of toil or comp time, but you couldn't redeem it until after Squadron 42 was out, and you would forfeit it if you left the company between then and there. Isn't that what HR is for? Protect the company, not the employee? Yes, but typically you don't leave it in paper when you're breaking the law. CIG left a paper trail and probably broke the law. Does nobody find it suspicious that this guy only writes negative articles about video game companies? No. Because if he was to, why would he pick on Star Citizen? If you check his social media, he doesn't know anything about Star Citizen or CIG. He barely knows anything about it. He's been getting emails, but he's not really been following it. And now he's starting to follow it because he thinks there's more to it. It would make some money, and it's also what he does for a living. He obviously cares about it because he runs the company. The website, Insider Gaming, is his website, and he's not just the only person who writes there. He has a team that writes for him. So he chooses to do this, not because he has to. Yeah, it's first off, it's the 7-day mandatory crunch. Crunch is awful. For anybody who doesn't really know, crunch is bad. Crunch doesn't make good products. It doesn't create, because when you're forcing people to work longer, they're gonna get tired, they're gonna get stressed, they're gonna skip meals or not eat well, they're not gonna exercise. So generally they're gonna abuse their bodies and their minds, and you don't get bug-free experiences with abused bodies and minds. You don't get good experiences from people trying to work on that. Take it from me, who's tried to work pulling all-nighters to get things edited or written, and I come back to try to like record after I wrote it, and I have no fucking idea what I wrote half the time. your body doesn't function like that. It's the reason why, as teachers, as a teacher here, we always tell you to get a full night's rest before you take a big test and eat good full meals before you take a test, because your brain functions better when it's fed and rested. Yeah, all the thing that mandatory crunch does is burn people out. And so I'm sure CIG has done crunch in the past, but it's always been involuntary. Mandatory crunch is bad. It's bad in general. Phantom, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you got to remember, these are coming from emails. This is a guy who has a reputation for not picking stories, for picking stories that are true and that generate some interest. So him writing this means that he's been getting emails from developers. The developers have confirmed what he said is correct independently. I have also had other people who've confirmed by like third party that he is also correct in what he's been saying, at least part of it. So just because he's covering it doesn't mean, it's not like he's some bad boogeyman out to get CIG. You know, he's covering it because it's got traction, so it's true. And if it's true, it's fucked up. But is there any overtime rules in their contracts? I'm not an expert, but generally speaking, generally the rule is you get paid for overtime. If you work overtime and if you work in lieu of payment, you still are entitled to the time you worked. That's not like a discrete legal thing inside some contract. That's like basic law. That's basic rights. You are entitled to the sweat of your brow. You are entitled to life, liberty, and property. Like, we're talking some 101 government shit. So, and philosophy shit. So yeah, I would say it's illegal. Unless your salary in the US or Japan, you're still entitled to time. If you're even if you work overtime as salary, if you work over a certain amount of overtime, you are still entitled to work. And not all companies are entitled to your time, even with a contract. There are still limits to overtime. You can't, just because you sign a contract for salary doesn't mean you're now a slave. This isn't Hurston Dynamics. You don't have lifetime slave contracts. There are still limits. Join the military, that's slave work there. Yeah, but you also waive your rights when you join the military. Incompetent, in short, there's an incompetent manager that's fucking things up, or potentially more than one. If not a major, employer and a top, maybe somebody who does it, yeah. It doesn't. In this case, CIG is doing toil or comp time. Basically, instead of you getting paid overtime, you're getting paid a day off. So, like, my wife does this for her work every so often, where if they have extra time, she'll pick up days where she works on the weekend, where she works 6 hours, and that 6 hours gives her 6 hours or even sometimes 8 hours of paid leave. And she's a salaried employee, for instance. Because usually your salary includes specific time. So like when you are working, expected to work. Exactly, Maddie. When you waive your rights to lawmaker in the military, there's no higher authority to appeal to, despite there being limits on what a soldier is forced to do. And it's a lot more complicated, but yeah. Not in the U.S. You should read some of the contracts I've seen for telecom companies. A contract doesn't supersede the law, and that's the thing. I know it's I'm a teacher, so what I'm going to say is unpopular with probably a lot of people in the Star Citizen community, but I have been and always will be an advocate for unions. I think unions are a good expression of capitalist ideals and how to ensure that workers can collectively bargain and or ensure that they aren't being abused by their bosses in a way that it is acting as a way to moderate capitalism in a way that needs to be moderated, especially when things like monopolies and stuff like that. I take a capitalist viewpoint of it, but at the same time, video games needed unions a long time ago. So I know it's unpopular. I'm sure that people in here would vehemently disagree with me on that one, but I'm also of that one. So I have been in a union since I've been a teacher. So it's like tenants' rights. I've seen a lot of illegal shit put in leases that can't be actually enforced, but landlords are hoping tenants stay ignorant. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times the teachers union and even non-empowered teachers unions like we have in Texas, it's illegal for teachers to collectively bargain. We still have unions, but they're basically toothless. But even my toothless union here in Austin, it has gone to bat for me a lot of times, and they are scary. Like the board is afraid. The board, if the board of education is afraid of the union, then the admin is afraid of the union. because the union will work with the PTA and parents on measures that needs to happen. The teacher, generally speaking, parents, especially active parents, usually will side with the teachers in any sort of situation. So I'm not going to get into that there, Joe. Hey, Helio. But so in all fairness, what's unions? French here. Labor union is an organization of workers who have the right to collectively bargain with their employers. So it means that instead of each individual laborer having to negotiate their salary with their boss, they have a right to. The union will negotiate as a whole, which means that collectively they can get usually larger pay and better deals, because if the management refuses to honor the union will do things like strike, which means that they completely shut down, leave the workspace, and do not work, and that means that they can basically shut down a company. There are laws in the United States that deal with like how strikes work and how things are doing, but yeah. Like I said, I'm not gonna. My take is definitely not gonna be everyone's cake, and I'm sure there'll be people who vehemently agree, and even vehemently agree in the comments after the fact for me saying this. But I have personally experienced it. I believe that last I checked, Trouble Magnet, that strike literally ended before I went live. That may have been a false news report, but I did read that report. Like, it was literally over within a day. Which is not unusual with Teamsters and dock workers and stuff like that, longshoremen. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, like they just negotiated it today. I was in Teamsters Union. It was great because I always had someone to bat for me. It sucked because the piece of shit that never did anything could never get fired. Yeah, there's the downside of that, where the incompetent employees will use it as a shield to keep themselves employed. It's on hold until January 15th. Okay. It's a political hold. Yeah. I saw a report it was costing 100 million every day the port was shut down. I don't doubt it. In Norway, unions are not controversial at all. In fact, we have a sort of universal union that everyone is just automatically represented by. I know, in the US, it's a little different. The US has very low union representation. We have, I want to say it's like 12% of all workers are union. And trust me, my father, before he went back into marketing, ran a restaurant chain. And there was a union that was like servers and like restaurant employees that worked with him. And my dad frequently complained about the union because he definitely did his best to try to work with the union, but the union kept asking for higher wages. And my dad was like, I can't pay you higher wages because I literally can't. To be fair, my dad was also fairly wealthy at the time, so he was definitely making money, but it wasn't like he was, siphoning money into his pocket. He was living pretty wealthy, but he was mostly like a little bit upper middle class in terms of his salary for California standards. And so when eventually my dad had to fold the company because my dad made a bunch of bad business decisions, which is typical. It happens a lot in every business. Most people fail businesses rather than succeed. He had to sell them off, and when he sold them off, afterwards he had a lot of people who he knew, managers and waitresses and waiters that he would run into, and they were like, "It was so much better when you were owning the company." And he was like, "I know, but you fuckers like striked and got me out of my company. Part of the reason why I'm fucking failed is because y'all made bad decisions, no matter how much I told you." Any unions in the UAE? Yes, actually, to kind of talk about this, it's the United Resources Union. URU, I think, or United Resources Guild? No, it's union. Let me look it up. United Resource Workers. The URW. You've worked with them. If you've been to a refinery deck, you've worked with the URW. They're the ones who work on all the refinery decks on space stations. There's also UWU, yes. Cat girls rise up. Chat is just doing nothing but ooh-woo. Didn't Hurston label the union as a terrorist group? Yeah, there's a group that was called the Hurston Workers Union or something like that, or United Resource Workers of Hurston. It was a union that was tried to be formed, and Hurston managed to infiltrate it and make them turn into a terrorist group. And so now they are a violent revolutionary organization, which is where the joke "uwu" comes from, because I misremembered them as the United Workers Union when they're the Hurston Workers Union. So I remembered them as uwu, and someone was like UWU. Oh, guys, uwu. It was a long joke that eventually ended with someone asking me to get Old Man Hurston to say uwu. So the joke became that there is a revolutionary communist organization of cat girls called the United Workers Union on Hurston, who are trying to overthrow the Hurstons. What's the infatuation of purple paints with CIG? Probably lighting. Also, purple is one of the colors of Vara. It's kind of like how blue is the color of Invictus. It's one of those standard colors. Oh, whoa. Escapa. Thank you so much. I forgot to turn that to. Thank you for that $9, Escape. Question, does Hearst Dynamics allow wage slaves to pay off their debt? Yes. But it's not a debt. It's a contract. So you have to get out of the contract. The problem is the contract is life and it's binding, and dying doesn't get you out of the contract. Honestly, like legitimately, the anti-Hurston organization has been one of those factions I've been wanting to see CIG develop for a while, because that's such a fascinating story. Because I also think a lot of people, once they find out how shitty Hurston is, if they found out like, oh, there's an active rebel group trying to overthrow the Hurstons, where the fuck do I sign up? Fire Rats local, Pyro local 43. The Cardassians had a union in Star Trek. Was it run by Kim? Paul, I'm physically disabled, and a manager started putting me on jobs I could not keep up with to do time. And the union I wasn't even with came to help me by swapping time with a member. I get it. But I also understand that there's a lot of folks at Star who back Star Citizen, who are like independent contractors or small business owners who have negative experiences with unions. Like I said, my father had very negative experiences with unions. So I'm not coming in saying like everyone would agree with me on that. It's just my personal experience, and I'm going to say that. So Hurston endangers their workers, so even a worker's regen belongs to Hurston Dynamics. It's free. I don't think any of the workers, any Hurston workers, pay for their regen. They get it for free. But that's not much. Meet the local revolutionaries, financing controlled by the oppressors. Listen, it's one of the reasons why I don't fucking trust the Citizens for Prosperity, man. They're a fucking Hurston. They're a Hurston like sub-organization. They're puppeted by the Hurston Dynamics. I fucking swear to God they are. I would not trust them to fuck as far as I can throw them. No union's available just because it's a union. Yeah. Any chance we'll make ArcCorp where we can land on lower buildings or ground level? Probably not. Not necessarily. Yeah, get too far away from Hurston. Bam, free regen, courtesy of the chip in your loyal employee's head. And for those of you who don't know, the Citizens for Prosperity was founded by a former Hurston Dynamics accountant. And they have an awful lot of money and resources for being a charitable organization whose sole job is to try to force the UEE to recognize systems which are not UEE controlled to being UEE controlled. There's a lot of money in that organization. Where's the money coming from? That just so happens to be run, and for an organization that just so happens to be run by a former Hurston Dynamics accountant. Listen, the only true inheritors of Pyro are the true sons and daughters of the Star, okay? The Star children themselves, the rats of the fire. Oh no, but then I mean, they got me out of a grind that was ruining me, and a union member needed more hours, so it was a win-win. No, I know what you're saying. So you were saying that they actually helped you. I was mentioning other things, yeah. Oh, Rats of Fire, who are they? They're the best faction in Pyro are the Fire Rats, all right? The Fire Rats are the best faction. They're legitimately the least problematic faction in Pyro, okay? Because in an organization where you have the Space Karens run by Space Mecha Corporation, run by Space General Dynamics, run by the Space Military Industrial Complex, or the slavers who will put skulls on their fucking shoulders, human skulls on their shoulders, the space fascists, like of that group, not exactly any moral decisions there. I think the cult that worships the star is the least fucking problematic in that group. Fire Rats rule. Yeah. They're HOA. They're a space HOA funded by the military industrial complex. Zixion? Space fascists and skull. No, the space fascists and the slavers with the skulls on their shoulders are a little different. They're two different factions. The headhunters are human traffickers who adorn their bodies with human skulls, and the Xenothreat are space fascists. R&R at least has a business plan. Yeah, R&R I think is probably right now the least problematic. They just want to make some motherfucking money, but they're still ruthless capitalists. I don't like it. Redeemer will handle pretty much like a hurricane from what it's leaked so far, so it becomes a heavy multi-person fighter rather than a gunship. That seems weird. I'd expect it to be a little bit more nimble. Should be, at least. Where are your space Bolsheviks? Nix. And they're about as problematic as regular Bolsheviks were. I'm a little behind because I have workflow concern, but do you think people should be about how concerned do you think people should be about the article? In what way? In my experience, problems like this are the harbinger of quality, if not business itself. I don't think it's a situation where we're going to see Squadron 42 become a buggy, awful mess. But I do think it's not a good sign for CIG's management style. I don't think it's going to change anything. Sadly. Boycotts never work. And negative press for CIG just simply gets them to sell more ships. And it's clear that by many employees' reflections that they don't give a shit. Most of the employees are probably didn't even realize it was mandatory. They're probably just doing the overtime because they have to, because they know that they need to get shit done. But it's clear it's not a universal thing. There are people at the company who don't like it, and you know. It's mandatory. CIG is doing mandatory crunch for people who are, not for the whole company, but for the people who are doing CitizenCon stuff, 3.2, 4.2, and Squadron 42. To play devil's advocate, I had, if I had as much writing on Squadron 42 as CIG, I might be tempted to have a big push to make sure it was squeaky clean in all ways. Then they should be taking more time to release it. They should have set specific goals, not nebulous bullshit like CIG tends to. The thing that I hate whenever Jared says it, we reserve the right to have a better idea. No, if you want to release a product, you need to have fucking ideas. You need to fucking stick to those ideas once you have those ideas and release the goddamn product. This isn't fucking like rocket science. It's how you fucking make something. You reserve the right to have better ideas in production, and Squad 42 is not in production, and to a degree Star Citizen still is, but yeah. You need to have that idea of what's going on, and once you have that idea of what's going on, if you need more time to work out bugs, to dial in the details, then take the time. Don't burn your employees out because you're bad at managing time or bad at guessing how ready something is or not. Sorry. It's always weird when people come at me and call me a shill for CIG. It's like, I have lots of problems with CIG. I just don't think it's the end of the fucking universe if CIG makes some mistakes. I also know that boycotts don't work. Negative attention for CIG doesn't work. So, and screaming at them doesn't work because it makes them feel like you're the enemy. So, all right, getting on the other topic. We need criminal game loops, slave trading, organ harvesting, selling, protection rackets, insurance fraud, arsonists. Yeah, I think that'll come. When did production start? Not funding, I mean, like little production, not the same. This is at least the scale of GTA 6. For Squadron 42, as far as we know, we saw production work happen before the funding, at least some initial stuff. But Squadron 42 had its real production somewhere around 2014. But it seems like they had a reset in production in 2015, 2016, whenever landing happened, because it's clear that they kind of went back to the drawing board and kind of retooled some of the ideas because they had landable planets. So I would say the actual production start for Squadron 42 would be like 2016. So that would be 10 years ago? No, 8 years ago. Hey, what's up? I can't totally say if it's legal, but like my company did, deferred stocks rather than our annual bonus. If we quit within 3 years, we lost the stock options. I don't know if that's the same though, because that's like taking compensation in lieu of. But again, it's, as far as I understand, under UK law, it's up to the individual employees to register it with their what do they call it? With their tribunal. No, CIG doesn't have stock options. They're just using that as an example of, because they could get paid in stock options that they can set a lot of strings to it. I don't know if time off is the same though. Well, there's an issue of I'm forgetting the term for it, but the term is something to the effect of authority, I guess is the best way of putting it. There's a power differential because Star Citizen, because the gaming industry is a very close, tight-knit community. If you stuck to the letter of the law, even if you had issues, you could risk yourself being alienated. So you may be legally in the right, but if you know that if you went to and got fought and got a reward from, like, say, the government, you may be blacklisted from other game developers. Because of your working with the company. The company may set out bad words for you. You probably won't get a good recommendation from them. And often, in a game like Star Citizen, where you're not releasing a game, you're releasing patches, that CV doesn't look as good. And if you don't have a good CV, that can be the make or break of you getting a job. I'm not saying CIG would do that or that's what CIG is counting on, but it's there. Yeah, that's the other thing. CIG would be shitting in their own backyard. It goes both ways professionally. If you're seen as abusing your employees, it can end up blowing back and you can't hire people. And from the sounds of things, based off of my own experiences, I have known at least a few CIG employees who were long-term employees of CIG who quit recently and did not seem to be quitting amicably. Like, they quit, but they did not. They were very soured in their last couple of months working for the company, and were constantly still in contact with people who work at CIG, and were very amused by some things that are coming out. Good coverage. I'm just trying to like lay it out there. I obviously have my own opinions on these sorts of things, and there's obviously a nuance to it, but the basic gist is if CIG is doing fucked up shit, they should be called out for fucked up shit. It's a clickbait, man. It's gonna go around the gaming industry right now. CIG does still use AWS, but so does like half the internet. Yep. Most say it's the end of CIG. That's a joke. I don't think it's the end of CIG. I'm sorry, Fishy. It's just what happens when you put a title like Squadron or CitizenCon leaks in your title. People will come rushing to say that. It's going to get shuffled. It'll get shuffled in the news cycle. Other things will come out. The average person will say, "Ha, fuck you." Or in fact, I've actually seen a lot of people kind of comment basically saying, "This isn't news. Maybe CIG will actually complete something now." That sort of stuff. There's a lot of like, this is a non-issue. This is a non-starter, because I do think that the general gaming community doesn't have empathy for game developers, especially after the few years we've had with games. I think a lot of the gaming community is just done with game developers and thinks that they're a bunch of spoiled brats who get to sit and make video games like their dream, and they should suck it up and enjoy it. I'm not saying this myself. I'm saying this is the general vibe I've gotten from a lot of the capital G gamers out there. I don't think you'll see a ton of people saying this is a bad thing. If anything, they'll say it's a good thing, and then the people who say it's a bad thing are people who are already seeing CIG as bad. So I don't remember any articles being written about the ATLS though. Yeah, CitizenCon's going to overshadow a lot of that stuff. Something like that, Eileen. I think that's generally what people will say. Yeah, the gaming community is definitely that toxic. We need more developers like Larian Studios. I agree. Embarrass CIG just before their big premiere moment. It's important to remember that if you read the article and read between the lines in terms of, I know his first name's Tom, but Tom Henderson's article. This is not something he just found out about. He has had information that has been leaked to him by CIG developers for months now. Those months of leaks to him, he has sat on because he probably didn't see much of it or he didn't see it fully. And then when the leaks came out of the imposed mandatory crunch, 7-day crunch for 2 weeks, he decided this was enough to start dripping out. This is Tom Henderson is not a ramen writer. He's not a ramen journalist. Tom Henderson is probably one of the few legitimate journalists in gaming. He's a Jason Schreier level of developer or of like journalist. So if he's doing it, he thinks there's merit behind it. This is not a fly-by-night guy. So I don't think it's Tom Henderson is got an axe to grind. I thought he might have had an axe to grind because of his attitude, especially his kind of his condensation often in their video. But I don't think it's a situation where he wants CIG to fail. I think it's a situation where he got this information, is using his own information in the video game industry to see, oh, this is fucked. This is bad behavior. And is using all that information from his own experience in covering game development to highlight CIG's bad behavior. If anything, this is meant more as a means to warn people about working for CIG. Criminally Unpaid, he runs the site, Insider Gaming. He is a lead journalist. He's not criminally underpaid. This guy is a journalist. Sure. There's About Us section. Staff, here we go. There we go. That's his social media. To give you context, he has 260,000 followers on Twitter. I love how StarCitizen immediately try to character assassinate instead of look at the material. I think it's always important to note, because that's one of the first things I did was to see if this guy was a ramen journalist or an actual like journalist, because you know, it's just like, it's kind of weird that this come out, because it's not the first time. If you remember, I will definitely refer to you the last time one of these big exposés came out from, I think it was Kotaku. People are like, okay, who's giving you this information? And Kotaku claimed that they confirmed that this person was working for CIG because they showed a CIG badge, like a door badge that let them into the company. And basically everybody at CIG says, we don't have personalized door badges. Nobody has personalized door badges because there's not an unnumber of people who aren't willing to spread false rumors about CIG and their employment practices to hurt the company. It's 100% things that people do because people are fucking weird and they need a hobby. So it's happened before. So the idea of people being scrupulous about who's actually doing the writing is not uncalled for. Can I get some good news regarding CIG, please, Paul? See something good about the leaks. Oh, okay. I don't know if y'all are telling me the other good things. Squadron 42 demo is on the floor of CitizenCon, and based off of those leaks, it's clear that CIG wants to release Squadron 42 soon. So, like, within the next year. And 3.24 is on the 4.0 branch, so it's clear that CIG is pushing for 4.0 out this year. Good things. Are you talking to me, Knowledge, or are you talking about somebody else? It's only 2 week period. There's a couple more things. I'm not going to talk about it too much. But wouldn't it be a bad idea to release Squadron 42 new GTA? We don't know when GTA is going to release, though. We know it's going to be next year. We don't know exactly when. And based off of those leaks, it seems to imply that CIG is likely planning on releasing Squadron 42 sooner rather than later. And based off of a unverified rumor that came from somebody I trust but seemed well out of left field, at one point CIG was planning on releasing Squadron 42 in February of 2026. Or 2025, not 26. 2025. Based off of a guy I know who has a connection in Star Citizen at CIG at the higher levels. I trust them, but I don't always say use their sources, because using them as a source is a trust me bro leak. And trust me bro sources are the worst fucking sources. I wouldn't expect you to trust me if I just said, trust me bro, I know things, without citing my sources. So there's no point in talking about it. It's just something I bring up because it's something that I had heard in the past. Back at the end of last CitizenCon was when I was told this. So, and it was something I've been sitting on because it's like, I don't know how much I want to like put my fucking ass on the line for that, because that seems like an oddly specific time. I don't troll Paul. I just like 3 people here with Jaded Knight being one of them. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you're referencing to yet. I've seen a lot of trust me bro sources turn out to be hella false and make sense. Yeah, never trust a source unless you either can trust that source implicitly because they have a good reputation, or they have evidence. Knowledge. It's also a lot more nuanced than just that CIG is a fucked work environment. It's a company with 1,300 employees. So there are going to be people who don't like where they're working. And more often than not, there's been a lot of rumor or a lot of kind of chafing recently about stuff. So there's obviously something that's wrong. But basically every employee I've ever talked to up until very, very recently have said that CIG was the best, if not one of the best companies they've ever worked for in gaming. So it's important to keep that in context as well. Several devs have come out independently and also said that very same thing again. So they should set a release date for February 2025 so they can miss it and the game gets delayed by 6 months and not 9 to 10 years from the last release date. I agree. I think that whatever release date CIG is going to give, they're going to miss. Not because CIG is somehow inherently going to miss date, but I don't think a single date that has been said from like major AAA titles has really hit recently. I think there's maybe a handful of them that have, but yeah. Six months is really short. Because if it was February, that means that they would have announced it in October. So you've got October, November, December, January, February. That's 5 months. If it's March, that's 6. The minimum I would personally be comfortable with in terms of an activation, from my experience, is 9. 9 months to 12. 9 to 12 months. So that would be June, which so happens to correspond with a big event in Star Citizen. And you know what it is? Invictus Launch Week, ILW, which is just so happens to be themed around the military. Y'all just talking in circles, Vast and Knowledge. Y'all talking in circles about that. That'd be a good time to release Squadron 42. I think so. I think June is a perfect time to release Squadron, because it's in a time period where a lot of people are looking for games, but they're not new games coming out. It's right before the big lull. There have been a couple of really successful games that have released in June, so it's not a bad idea. I think July is generally the dead month. January and July are usually the dead months, though. I believe Pal World released in January and did really well. So, no, it wouldn't be 2956. It would be 2955. No, I haven't done the monthly report yet. We've been talking about all the leak stuff. Paul, I have to ask, which is the best mech in all of sci-fi? The best, like, overall mech? Axis, help me out here. What was in the original original Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam? Not the ground type, but the Gundam, the second Gundam. The original Gundam. Not the RX-78, thank you. The RX-78, because the RX-78 is the original Mecha. Without the RX-78, we wouldn't have any other Mecha. Mecha existed as a genre before this, but this was the real robot, which allows for the kind of mech genre we know today to exist. I'm a history guy. I'm gonna give that. The other thing is also, of course, mobile infantry. The Marauder from, well, the Marauder is from Starship Troopers, but I don't think that was originally in the book. The book's suits were not called Marauders, right? They were called something different. EVA 01. Exactly. Mecha was more like a magic. It was more superhero almost, rather than real robot, which is the genre of mecha that the Gundam started. And without real robot, we wouldn't have Battletech. We wouldn't have Robotech and Macross. We wouldn't have, which wouldn't have give things like Appleseed and Eva. Without Gundam, we don't have Eva. Gundam specifically inspired Evangelion. Like, they were huge fans of Sunrise. And of course, without Battletech, we wouldn't have, and Gundam, we wouldn't have Titanfall, we wouldn't have basically any mech. Mecha as a genre exists from Gundam. And everything after Gundam is just kind of an evolution of that topic. Yeah, Steel Battalion, Big O, Mega Maid, yeah. Dogram, Crusher Joe, Pat Labor. Oh, criminally underrated. Pat Labor is criminally underrated. There's a new OVA of Pat Labor coming out soon. It's Voltron, yeah. What's nice as well is, as Little Mecha is the amplified mobility platform from the RDA Avatar, I think CIG will come up with something like this aside from the pricey alien container pusher. Sith Master, I'm going to show you something that predates the alien loader because I won't shut the fuck up about it. I will never shut the fuck up about it because it is, I will make my whole fucking personality about this damn thing. Chat will know because whenever someone brings it up, like, oh, something like the mobility unit from Avatar. You mean like this? Like this Gundam-looking motherfucker? By the way, if you're new. Here, welcome to the actual mech suit, the Titan suit, aka Virgil Ltd's Zeus system. And yes, these are all Star Citizen concept art pieces, and you can see the kind of how it, similar to how it works with the ATLS. This is how it works. This is the first time you've seen this? These are old concepts. These are almost certainly, we actually know that they're in Squadron 42 because they've mentioned them being developed for Squadron 42. So these are set pieces in Squadron at some point. And it's one of those things that because these were designed for Squadron and then suddenly we have the ATLS show up, it's almost certainly that the ATLS was built using the technology developed for this. If not, the ATLS was developed for Squadron, which it probably was as well. There's nothing like a Gundam. It definitely has more of that Gundam aesthetic. The rounded, it's got the pack sort of thing, like the wings on the back sort of thing. It doesn't look like a BattleTech mech, for instance. It's Warhammer 40K, which again steals from Gundam. Gundam came before Macross. Gundam came out in the 70s. Colossus suit from Anthem. Yeah, that's a good example too. They're exosuits. They're not really mechs. Though I am a mech radicalist. Anything that is mecha is a genre that existed before real robot, which is what we think of as mecha. And in those genres, they were big robot. Mechs were often alive. Like robots were often like alive. They could be piloted by people, but they weren't always piloted by people. Sometimes they would act on their own. So, and mecha as a genre, as far as I understand, is often referred to, like exosuits are often referred to as mecha in general. So it's just a kind of a genre that sort of fits in there. So anything that is a power armored suit is a mecha suit. Like Titanfall Live, yeah, or like Transformers, or Transformers Mecha. All right, it's getting late. I need to get up like super early tomorrow, so I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna come back. We'll do Ava I think aren't Avas technically alive? Yeah, the Diva mech suit is a mech suit. The suit she has. It's not huge, but it's still piloted. People would say Avas are mechas. They're meat suits with exoskeletons. They're modified biomechs, but they're still mechs. All right, I'll be right back. I turned your happy button back on.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Distressing bacon.
Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Hello. I like money.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Drugs.
All right. Let's do this.
Distressing bacon.
Y'all ready, chat? We're gonna do the monthly report and call it a night. It's been a very long night. Hopefully I didn't scare too many people off with it. Like a lot of things, I wanted to have more of a nuanced take on a lot of this stuff and not just start jumping down CIG's throat, because I don't think that fucking helps anybody. Because typically, when we start talking about controversies around Star Citizen, we're dealing with some stuff that is typically overblown, and definitely with people who are doing so or have takes that are specifically antagonistic for the sake of antagonistic. They don't give a fuck about the people who are involved or people who might be hurt. They just want to punch CIG in the dick, which is, you know, not a good look. Right. As always, this is a capsule, so I'm going to not respond to the chat a lot, so just keep that in mind. All right, it's time for another Office Hours capsule. That's right. A small segment of my live Office Hours stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, over on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com at TheAstroPubLive. Join these wonderful folks here who I have trapped in my basement. I'm sorry, live studio audience, live Twitch and YouTube audience, where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Would love to have you come here live. This is one of the things that I've been doing for a long time, a monthly report read through. This is not a summary. This is not a just a short analysis and synopsis, as you can probably tell by the timeline. This is a full read through of everything that was said in the monthly report, with me adding in some context, because they may be referring to things that have happened in the past, so you can kind of get the idea. There's nothing wrong with summaries, but especially if you want to be as informed as possible about anything, I always suggest people to find the sources and read them. And I know most of you probably don't have time to do so. So that's what I am. I'm kind of your audiobook version of the monthly reports. So if you like this idea, hit that subscribe button and join us live. With all that done, let's do September 2024 PU monthly report. Right, let's go a little bit bigger here. There we go, 200. It's October. That means one thing: CitizenCon approaches. Despite the impending festivities, development continued in earnest throughout the month, with teams across the globe progressing with content for Alpha 3.24.2 and beyond. Read on for all the details. AI content. September saw the AI and narrative designers continuing their work on the Pyro system by setting up the spawn data and markup for the various outposts and space stations this involved. This involved cooperation with the level design team to ensure NPCs responding correctly. Then, following discussions with the mission team, AI content spent significant time marking up locations in Stanton. They also implemented dynamic conversations to make the verse bars feel more organic and alive. This tech and approach will be expanded to other landing zone locations and included any future captured content. Victory. Sweet victory. For those of you who don't know, I have been complaining for years that one of the things that CIG lacks is AI that talk to each other. Because as CIG has improved the performance of AI and improved the behavior of AI, they still walk around quietly and silently, and it's really creepy. So having AI talk with each other builds immersion. It also lets you kind of casually pick up on world building, where they mention things that happen in the universe that you could possibly pick up on as events. And it's really that first step to really bringing the lore that is extensively written into the background. Check out my channel, The Astro Historian, if you want to know about that, into the actual game, where you can actually experience it, which is better. So that's the first step to it. I'm glad they're doing that. AI features. With the upcoming release of Alpha 4.0, the AI features team focused on locking down existing human combat features, including first reactions, ammo management, and tactics to ensure they work consistently across a wide variety of situations and environments. AI tech. The AI tech team began September focusing on server meshing, including how AI systems and components synchronize during server transition. Performance improvements were also made alongside progress on features that will be unveiled shortly. That's CitizenCon. Following on from last month's report, AI Tech finished their tasks for movement system component synchronization and began synchronizing the subsumption component that updates AI behavior. On the performance side, further improvements were made to the vision, observable, and perception components. For example, they adjusted update frequency based on AI character LOD, so that the closer the entities are, the more responsive. They also implemented lighter AI zone handling for observables, which will deliver significant improvements when zone queries are made by NPCs. Finally, for AI tech, the team updated AI ship reinforcement functionality, adding support for planetary navigation cost volumes and navigation exclusions. Pretty good. AI Game Intelligence Development Team, aka Skynet. That's a joke. The game intelligence development team spent the month working towards the release of StarScript 1.0, with the main goal of improving how the tool feels to use. For example, how the devs zoom in and out, and how text becomes visible or hidden at certain levels, but also optimizing the search speed of the main smart browser and drawing the graph view. It's pretty good. Overall graph view, here we go, the new interface. Okay, this is kind of how they build AI stuff, I think. Close-up of one activity of the new group layer with new icons. All right. Animation. The animation team spent most of September on the Argo ATLS, alongside additional work on the Copian and other creatures. Cool, short and sweet. Art characters. In September, the character art team progressed with utility and specialist armors. I am pretty certain at this point that the utility and specialist armors are other versions of the ATLS. Like possibly the vaunted cutter system, or at least something around that, like especially specialist and utility armors. The specialist armors, especially, I should say, because those definitely feel like bigger armors. And with them working on the ATLS, I can imagine that a lot of other technology that was developed around the ATLS will probably be put in place. So, new heads for character customizer and tasks for IAE event. Meanwhile, the character concept art team continued exploring fauna. More animals. Art ships. The vehicle content team moved several vehicles into their final phases, including the RSI Polaris and several unannounced ships. Several unannounced ships, which means we're going to have more than one, and we're going to have the RSI Polaris. So the RSI Polaris is done, or is in the process of being completed as of September, so it's probably done. They also prepared to kick off another series of vehicles. So we've got all of the vehicles that are probably going to be coming in this year, coming in the next 2 patches. So, community. The community team began September supporting Alpha 3.24.1 with the Argo ATLS Q&A, and by gathering feedback on live releases to help fix bugs and player issues. They then made improvements to the new player guide and welcome back pilot page. As we look ahead, the excitement building for CitizenCon 2954, which is just around the corner. We only have a few weeks to go until our largest annual event. We couldn't be more thrilled to meet you all in person at Manchester Central on October 19th and 20th. For those unable to attend, we'll be live streaming the show on Twitch and YouTube, so you won't miss a crumb of what's going on for Star Citizen. Plus, keep an eye out for community-organized Bar Citizen events leading up to the show and an exciting esports showdown with Atmo Esports at Enter Atmosphere. Get ready with a digital goodies pack filled with exclusive content to get you into CitizenCon spirit. Community team. The Bar Citizen World Tour in 2024 continued in September, with the community team attending events in Marina Grande, Portugal, and San Diego, USA for TwitchCon. Lastly, the team supported Pirate Week, including the Show Us Your Plunder contest. I love that. It's really cool. Good job, Makizar. All right, so this is pretty long. To give you context, the core gameplay is a team that exists of everyone. They used to split them up into individual departments, and they basically merged the core gameplay team into one with their own sort of strike teams that build very specific things throughout the year. So the core gameplay team is effectively anything that's not otherwise mentioned, which is the game. So we're going to hear a lot of stuff and a lot of variety of stuff in this. Core gameplay began September supporting the Argo ATLS, which included unique tractor beam behavior that the team are looking to improve and expand moving forward. As the game's first exosuit, it required a special technical setup, as it's neither a traditional vehicle nor a character. This posed some minor challenges when dealing with entitlement, vehicle terminals, the law system, and ship elevators. We've enjoyed seeing all the fun and creative videos featuring the ATLS, Gameplay Features team. One of my personal experiences is using it as a drop pod. Because it doesn't take damage, you can drop that thing literally from orbit and it will drop you safely to the ground. So if you want to use it as a quick advanced drop pod, you can. You just drop it down, get out, and move. It's pretty good. For Charge and Drain, core gameplay and design discuss whether the client-side prediction works as expected and meets expectations. From this, they improved how connections between the multi-tool and resource containers are handled, ensuring they correctly deal with the edge cases and multiple targets. Mission support continued too, including state changes based on resource container occupancy. Bioaccumulation progress too, with improved support for wetness visualization and iteration, including a new debug tool for degradation. So for those of you who don't know, bioaccumulation is something they've been talking about a lot, as well as other similar stuff about like weather. So I have a feeling that bioaccumulation and weather are probably going to be big features of CitizenCon. Who knows? I could be wrong. But they seem to be focusing heavily on these factors when coming to discuss. They've been mentioning stuff like this a lot, I should say. And my guess is maybe overgrowth, maybe like a degradation system that also includes like weeds and stuff. I don't know. Who knows? The team then continued converting, or I should say knows, CIG knows. We'll probably know more at CitizenCon. The team then continued converting markers to use the entity subscription service, which will support markers by server boundaries when required. September saw further work on jump points, including improvements to tunnel wall forces and failure behavior. The team also expanded various designer-controlled values to better control how the jump points open and traversal sequence is triggered. Alongside this, improved visuals were added to the tunnel exit. Gameplay-wise, jump drives now use quantum fuel in the tunnel. Fuel requirements is per jump, though each drive has an efficiency multiplier, and the IFCS now takes time to come back online after a jump. Improvements were also made to the camera and screen effects code, while various stability, flow blockers, and performance issues were dealt with. Jump points are currently in QA for testing. Numerous bugs were fixed with the resource network and engineering, including some relating to deleted entries not being removed correctly from the resource host. The devs solved issues where items with minimum power requirements were not correctly assigned to power as part of the default presets, and fixed items with incorrect components being added to resource networks, which could result in their later crashes. Work began on item box-out bindings. When clicking on items, a 3D panel view will now open with its details. The team also improved the item destruction and repair behavior. When implemented, when a player destroys an item, it will be removed from the network and added back in if repaired. Player set values for on, off, and throttle will persist through death and repair too. Progress continued on radar and scanning, including delta signatures. This includes a temporary AR marker that will show when detecting a delta signature. If the contact is pinned or locked, the existing AR marker updates temporarily. New UI bindings were added to enable the designers to customize the player-facing UI. So this is another big one they've been talking about a lot, is radar scanning and how scanning in general works. It's clear that this is something that CIG is going to talk about at CitizenCon because I believe it is the next major step after 4.0. I wouldn't be surprised if scanning is in 4.1 because it is a very important feature that is present in Squadron but not in Star Citizen for whatever reason. In related development, the radar jammer will now prevent scan waves, while FPS radar and scanning went through various rounds of playtesting and reviews to improve the overall experience. Continuous release support was provided for transit and improved debugging tools. A fallback for when teleporting out of transit fails. Improvements to how transit data is stored in object containers and refactored transport network visualizer. So still working on the transport network. So that's the thing that allows them to transports to go between servers effectively in server meshing environment. Yeah, continued release support. So they're done. It looks like it's just they need to get into 4.0. The team also implemented off alerts for weapons, coolers, radar, thrusters, and quantum drives, alongside misfire alerts for power plants, weapons, thrusters, and shields. For Maelstrom, the devs provided support for the triggering of particle effects alongside support for cinematic sequences and marking parts as critical. When a critical part reaches zero integrity, the whole object will be disabled or destroyed. In the future, this will tie into the resource network. The mission system, okay, so that's a big one. Maelstrom is the damage system. It's also the armor system and the damage, that kind of stuff. So, hold on. So yeah, that's a pretty big one. Support for cinematic sequences, which is weird. We're gonna have cinematic sequences in Star Citizen, and then when it reaches 0 integrity, the whole object will be disabled or destroyed. So making it so that things will actually destroy rather than just sort of blink out. The mission system refactor mentioned in previous reports continued throughout September. Now missions can be played through to completion using the full mission service implementation, while medical and rescue beacons are functional using the new system 2. So the mission system is done. It's completely done. They can play through completion through full mission service implementation, and medical and rescue service beacons are now using the new system. I imagine they just need to test it to make sure it's functioning and go through other things, but that's done. So for people who are concerned, like, well, what about X, Y, or Z with 4.0, including the mission system refactor, it seems like it's finished, or at least in a state that it's ready to go. Still needs to get tested, obviously, and same with the transit system. So CIG seems to be really pushing along this train towards 4.0. For contracts prerequisites, the team added the option to set local availability, such as landing zone, moon, settlement, or distribution center. Design can now also generate multiple contracts with different overrides. I was about to say we could refilter from local, but I don't think it's filter. It's just allowed to, you can get access to based off of local availability. The team spent considerable time in September improving and fixing various issues for cargo gameplay, including hangar performance, server crash recovery bugs, commodity training, and sell orders. The team is currently assessing how the development and delivery of Alpha 3.24's cargo features went, including quality of life improvements they'd like to implement before taking the next steps. It's a lot. Economy. The economy team continued their ongoing work on Pyro and began implementing some of the balance changes mentioned in previous monthly reports. They've been talking about balancing just in general, like ships, equipment, everything. Locations. The landing zone team continued to push towards Alpha 4.0, polishing and optimizing content and supporting the design team in making Pyro as distinct as possible. Mission design, one of my favorites. Mission design continued working on location repair missions, moving some of them into a, quote, handyman archetype. They also reviewed the Blockade Runner global event, looking at the future tweaks and fixing an issue preventing some ships from being filled with cargo. This was due to a race condition with how cargo is spawned in the game code. Sorry about that. Yeah, Starships is just a visual way to build the game code. It's just an AI tool, I believe. Okay. Further tweaks to cargo hauling missions were made, including the possibility of removing negative reputation hits for abandoning the mission while keeping punishments for failing. Okay, so they may be removing negative reputation for 3.24.2. I think that's something they've mentioned in the past as well. The mission system refactor continued, which includes over 1,700 mission records for Stanton alone. Part of the refactor is streamlining content setup so the devs don't have to manage that number of records going forward. This refactor won't change how players interact with missions or change gameplay. It's predominantly a back-end refactor to ensure everything works with server meshing. Work also began on an improved new player experience that accommodates more fundamental game mechanics. For example, teaching players about item banks, freight elevators, the respawn flow, component repair gameplay, master modes, and more. Sounds like master modes is here to stay. Obligatory comment about how you hate master modes in the comments below. In fact, if you got this far, and please say master modes, more like the master stink modes. That's why I know you were here. Okay, say master stink modes. Okay, narrative. Also, I know that was bad. Narrative team continued their support for Alpha 4.0's upcoming missions. They also provided text for a, quote, really exciting upcoming mission, end quote. Show don't tell. Narrative, show don't tell. Narrative then supported characters by reviewing the costumes for Pyro's NPCs to ensure various groups feel narratively consistent and appropriate for the location. There are extensive meetings with the branding and environment teams to walk over some of the environmental set dressings for upcoming areas. The team also released a new Lore Makers, where they answered community questions from the forum, a Whitley's Guide that explored the history of the Esperia Prowler, and another batch of Galactopedia entries. Pretty cool. Online technologies. The online services team began September working on features for Alpha 4.0, including the updated mission and marker systems. Tasks also included Part 2 of the backend social service refactor, which replaces some of the older diffusion systems with gRPC services and adds quality of life updates. The second half of the month involved design work for new services. Live Tools kicked off a new feature to provide better access management to hex based on various user permissions. Ongoing work involves enabling the ability to disable inventories in the Network Operations Center. Throughout September, the networking team prepared to bring server meshing to the PU. This included a new series of tests on the Tech Preview channel where we're pushing our player counts higher than ever to stress the system and rapidly iterating on performance improvements and bug fixes. Networking team. They also supported the various gameplay teams, helping to get their features, quote, server meshing ready, unquote, and improve the robustness of authority transfers between servers. That's pretty good. Again, a lot of this stuff they're definitely pushing towards 1.0. Or 1.0, 4.0. Like they're all but wrapped with a lot of features of 4.0. UI. The UI team focused on multiple screens for Pyro's system while continuing close collaboration with the core gameplay pillar on jump points and the resource network. They also reworked each manufacturer's vehicle HUDs and MFDs, giving them unique colors and a new layout to reduce screen color clutter and improve usability. Additionally, the team streamlined the new multi-tool UI, which will be more straightforward without the need of floating elements. VFX continued their tasks for jump points and supported the vehicle, weapons, and locations team with a variety of deliverables, including the Argo ATLS and the RSI Zeus Mark II. All right. So, what did we learn today? 4.0 is done. It's in the final stages. And by that, I don't mean it's 100% going to come out to you tomorrow. I mean that it's at a stage where it seems like CIG is waiting for something. And the fact that we know that 3.24.2 is actually built with 4.0's code base, meaning that it is 4.0 in all but name, it is 4.0 Lite, means that a lot of this stuff is likely going to be pushed out faster. In fact, CIG has even said that they've hoped to push it out faster. Other than that, a lot of stuff is looking at beyond 4.0. We got Polaris is finished. That's the big one. That's probably going to be the title on it, the thumbnail title, honestly. The ATLS being done. A lot of stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff that's kind of quiet because this is right before CitizenCon, but we also saw things like new mission stuff, new narrative focus, new AI features, including the best feature of all time, the like AI small talk feature with each other, and things like jump points improvements, that sort of stuff. So that is the September 2024 monthly report for the Star Citizen Persistent Universe. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Is this good? Is this bad? Do you think I'm crazy for saying 4.0 is coming out soon? Like probably before the end of the year. I still think that's the case, possibly even before IAE. That's my big takeaway. IAE this year is probably where CIG wants to get 4.0 out because it's a lot of big stuff. If you think I'm crazy, let me know in the comments below. Again, just say you're crazy, Paul, for thinking that 4.0 is coming out before IAE. Let me know. And of course, if you enjoyed this, please do join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, and join chat here. And if you did enjoy it, hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And as always, like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. I love the, like, we're trapped in the basement. Please leave a comment, but leave a comment, please. That's a good point. They're aiming for IAE, but will they hit it? I think the question is more, how strict do they want to be in terms of server meshing? Because it sounds like what CIG is doing is obviously dialing in some of the issues with server meshing, but at this point it's more of what's the configuration and how many players do they want per server? That's the question. Good composure. I am sneezing up a storm, and whenever I go to record these specifically, I get super like congested for some reason. If needed, would CIG drop a 4.0 with 4 100 servers? I think so, but I don't think they'll do that. I think they'd, at minimum, they'd do something like a 250. Good job at reading all those words. I think CIG wants 1,000 players per server. I think that's their internal goal. I think they want 1,000, four servers at 1,000, because again, that means that there is 2 servers in Stanton, 2 servers in Pyro, and it's not linear. It's different. Like CIG's tried to explain it a couple times, and I'm kind of still don't have it. It doesn't have to be linear. Like servers hosting Hurston can also host Bloom. They don't have to be in the same physical location on the map to have be controlled by the same server. I'm just basing this based off of CIG's own discussion of 2 in Stanton, 2 in Pyro. The gist from the last server test was that the hybrid server is having troubles, but the fixes CIG made work, so fixed a bunch of stuff and exposed a different issue, causing a 30K. Yeah, from what I gathered, they seem to have more of a handle on hybrid crashes, service crashes, than they do with server meshing, because hybrid services are things that crash all the time. I think at this point it's just a matter of dialing it. They got to dial it in. Once they've dialed it in properly, I think they'll push it to a very quick Evocati. Now, I don't think that 4.0. Let's be realistic. 4.0 is not going to not have degrading servers. I think what at best we're going to get with 4.0 is what the kind of performance we have now, but with 1,000 people, which is progress. Maybe better, slightly better, but I don't expect it to be much better. More responsive AI, but probably not perfect. So 4.0 tomorrow? No. $500 seems within reach. I think 400 or 500 would be a big one. Tape kept getting higher and higher, then it glitched to the ceiling, and I woke up in a closet. For 3.2, 4.2 is based off of 4.0. It still needs a lot of work. When do I think 3.2, 4.2 will hit live? The earliest would be next week. But CIG is going to push it live when CitizenCon goes out. Come hell or high water, no matter how bad it is, it's coming out before CitizenCon. It has to, because it has to hit CIG's marketing deadlines. Three 4.2 needs a lot of work. Crashed often today. Just paraphrasing what Benoit typed. Thank you, Gren. Or Grex. The server team seemed excited after a large test. Seemed to have a decent idea of how to adjust for larger player counts. So I was hoping next test is decent. I agree. I think that's one of the reasons why they want to do 4.0 by then, because they have to release the Polaris. I think CIG is just going to just fucking send it this year. And I think a lot of people are going to be mad because they're like, 4.0 is released like garbage. It's like, yeah. Because CIG, let me lay it on to you, chat. Okay? Especially for people who are like, it needs to be perfect when it releases. It will never be perfect. If it stays in PTU for 6 months, it's just going to take 6 months of dwindling interest in playing it, and it will eventually be released with the same problems because it doesn't have the concurrency that Live has. The PTU, in my opinion, is a failed system. It does not work anymore. It needs to be sacked, rewritten, redone, because it doesn't give CIG the concurrency they need, because that seems to be the biggest issue. It still works okay for bug fixing, but also there's plenty of people who do PTU who report bugs that CIG just ignores. So I don't think that CIG actually does PTU for a lot of bug fixing. It's mostly just obvious bug fixing, and they also want concurrency tests. They don't get those with PTU. And every time CIG has a large load, they tend to struggle. So I think the honest to God reality is that since it's going to be the same whether it releases in March or in November, CIG is going to release it in November, because it will release broken. They'll fix it here and there. They'll find out what actually breaks, do some hot fixes here and there to make it functional, throw it to a free flight to make it break even more, and then after that they'll kind of patch what they can before they go on break, come back from the break, and then work off of that to 4.1. If it stays in PTU, long concurrency suffers, hence live launch fails. Exactly. Well, I've always said that way they don't have to have the PU and the PTU, but with the PTU being open to everyone who wants to test it, that's the only way they can truly fix issues, is having a higher player count all the time at all times, like the PU will have once released. I think what they need is just a constant experimental build, just a build that they kind of make new builds of ideas and toss it out there, put the new cool shit in there, but constantly have it open so players can play it. 4.0 and Pyro is too important, and we'll need a fair amount of time in Evocati before hitting the waves in live. I don't see it. I think that's partially what they're doing with this, with these tech previews. These tech previews are designed specifically to get that testing out. And as I've said before, CIG did not delay 4.0 this last Wednesday with the roadmap update. So internally, CIG is still planning on 4.0 releasing this year. If CIG was planning on 4.0 on releasing IAE, if 3. Like they already know when IAE is. They're actually working on it in the monthly reports, so they're actively building for it. So they would know probably by now if IAE was going to be in 4.0 or 3.24. Because it's the IAE is almost always the week of Thanksgiving for the US. And the week of Thanksgiving for the US this year is November 18th through the 22nd. So I think it might be a little bit later. November 28th. Oh, maybe even later. Yeah, this might be the 25th through the 29th. Yeah, it's probably it. The 25th to 29th. So they actually have more time. Which means they have, from CitizenCon, they will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks to release something. And since they're already doing 3.2, 4.2 for CitizenCon, it's going to get sent into CitizenCon. That's just what they'll do. There's no way they don't do it because they need to get that patch out because they got ships to release. So do you think Polaris before or after server meshing? I think after server meshing. I could see CIG building a 3.2, 4.2.a simply so that they can accomplish their goal of releasing the Polaris by CitizenCon or by IAE like they originally said, but one thing that's always wondered, if the game is still in alpha testing, isn't the PU server just a giant PTU with a different name? Yes, that's what Jared says all the time. The PU is still a live test environment. So the tech previews are shortcutting the need for Evo and Waves or lessening the time they'll be in Evo and Waves. I think it's a combination of both. I think that the idea is that they're trying to get as much information as they can so they can fix the Evocati release for 4.0. Because let's be honest, CIG can release planets and gameplay. Those are things they can test and play. And they've been playing Pyro and the gameplay around Pyro for fucking years now internally. So the Pyro is probably mostly fine. Probably still has some issues here and there that are kind of weird little pop-up issues, which will get fixed down the line as the game develops, but nothing that's like game breaking. Otherwise it would have already been noticed. The issue with Pyro is server meshing, and that's what they've been focusing on. And so if they're heavily testing out server meshing in tech previews, it means they're trying to get boiled down to what's going on in server meshing to make sure that it's as smooth a process as possible so that when they actually put it into Evocati, they're really looking at how the game interacts with the server meshing, not how server meshing functions. So it reduces the cost of, or like the amount of time that they'd have to look at Evocati, and also is basically an Evocati test. And it's not the first time they've done that. They've done effectively Evocati tests of new ideas on their own in the past. They just now call them tech previews because they want to give everyone access to it. Not sure about you, but I feel 4.0 won't come until at least March of next year. I don't think CIG, I really don't think CIG does that. I think CIG sends it no matter what. I could be wrong, but because CIG had a chance to delay 4.0 out of this year, out of Q4 this year, and they didn't do it. And this is the last roadmap roundup we're going to get until the end of October. Because the next one would be the Wednesday before CitizenCon. I would not expect a roadmap roundup next Wednesday because the team is going to be all hands on deck building the fucking stage and everything like that. So that's not going to happen. So the next one would be 2 weeks after that, which would be the last week of like October 28th. October 28th is a month away from IAE and 6 weeks away from the end of the year. So they will have, at that point, have already had a go, no-go launch for 4.0. So they will know well ahead of time if 4.0 is going to come out at the end of the year, if they are still matching that. So if they didn't delay it this last week, then the only other time they'll be able to do it is next Wednesday, but they would have already done it if they thought that's the case. 4.0 coming out this year, playable Q2 2025. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was barely functioning and then everyone is, no one plays it until they get a bunch of patches in at 4.0.1 or 0.2. The only way 4.0 gets delayed out of Q4 this year now is if something unexpected happens. If something like out of left field happens. And again, it doesn't feel like CIG is really at that stage yet. Do you think they'll release a third system with Pyro? No, they'll just release Pyro. I think they'll talk about Nyx at CitizenCon though. I don't know if CIG can afford to delay 4.0 that far. They can't. That's another thing. I think CIG internally and externally knows that they need to fucking get this thing sent. Come hell or high water, it needs to be put out. And they want to make it as good as possible, but they'll send it out barely functioning if they have to, because they need to get A, the data, and B, move on. We're not going to hear almost anything about Pyro. Chris may acknowledge that 4.0 isn't out yet, and probably quadruple down on what he said last year, which was we wanted to plan to do that, but we didn't hit it. But we're still working on it, that kind of thing. So, and it'll say, as I said, it's within the next 12 months, that by the end of the year, and I think we're still going to hit that kind of stuff. Isn't there speculation that Nyx is done already? I mean, to a degree, it already is, because there's only one landing zone for Nyx, which is Delamar, specifically Levski on Delamar. And Delamar and Levski has been around for a very long time. It was in the game for a very long time and was being updated even well after it was removed from the game. So the hard part, which is the landing zones, are done. The thing is and a lot of the features that come with Nyx, like gas clouds, have been done for a while because it's on the edge of a dark nebula, not dark matter, but a dark nebula. And the other thing else is just blasted moons and planets. It's not very interesting because it's designed to be around this sort of darkness, hard to see. The thing that needs to be added for the system is scanning, because its theme is night, so its main gameplay is scanning. And scanning isn't in yet, but it's being worked on. So a lot of Nyx will be done by the end of this year, but we don't know how much of the actual star system will be finished. Just the landings, the hard parts are there. Wasn't Lev even older than Olisar? No, it's newer than Olisar, because Olisar was made first. But Levski was also being updated well after it was removed from the game. You going to bed there, Escapa? I gotta go to bed too. Getting late. Sounds like we need those motion trackers from Aliens and Nyx. Will we get Terra by 1.0, you think? Yes, but I also don't think I think if CIG has internal metrics of 1.0 coming out next year, they're high. It's 2-3 years minimum. Next CitizenCon is in 2025. Base building, crafting, etc. I think we'll have base building before then. Later, Scott, thank you for hanging out. I think Nyx is coming in 4.1, and I think 4.1 is coming in March. If Nyx doesn't come in 4.1, I think it comes in before the midpoint of next year. I wonder what the next system is beyond Nyx is. It's Odin. The reason why we know it's Odin is because it's Squadron. Squadron's coming out, and the Squadron system is Odin. So I wouldn't be surprised if Odin's there. Though there are rumors of things like Magnus, Lear. One of my big contenders is still Castra, because it's easier. But people also talked about Bremen and, of course, Terra. Lear is on the other side of the universe, but CIG may just make temporary jump points to go between the two because to make it work. Thought the size 6 and quad size 4 guns on the Polaris. Yeah, that's one of the rumors. We don't know if it's going to happen or not. How many systems are likely to be, even if partially, in Squadron 42? Slight spoilers, but at least 3. There may be more, but at least 3. We know for sure that the bulk of the story takes place in Odin, and we know that the very beginning of the game takes place in Vega. So, yeah, the rumor is size 6 bespoke, which makes sense. We don't have a size 6 in the game yet. We have a size 5 and size 4s, but no size 6s. So that makes sense, and it also makes it doesn't have it outshine the Polaris or the Perseus. The other 2 jump points in Stanton are Magnus and Terra. It's Pyro, Magnus, and Terra. Magnus makes sense because it's a big hub. It's an industrial hub. It's where Drake Interplanetary is. And Terra is definitely coming into the game, but I think that's coming out with the 1.0 launch because it's like the starter area. Stanton is not going to be the starter area forever. Eventually, it will be Terra. Stanton may be a secondary starter era, but like it's right now, it's far too secure. By the time Squadron 42 1.0 releases, I think Stanton is going to be more of a mid-sec system, where it's somewhat secure, but you're going to get constantly harassed by NPC pirates and such like that. Size 6 guns are in the game. What uses size 6 guns? What ship uses size 6 guns? That's what I meant. Is like I don't think there's a ship that uses size 6 guns. Period. Because I was told I thought at one point the Gemini, the Starfarer Gemini used it, but I don't think it does. So yeah, so they have a size 6 gun, but no ship uses size 6, so it makes sense. Perseus after Galaxy, I hear. I think the RSI ships in 2025, except Orion. Yeah, I would imagine the Arastra, the Percy, and the Galaxy are all going to be coming out. There's nothing in planning. I don't think there's even a ship that exists in concept that has a size 6 on it. I'm hoping Terra is a big open world type city since personal habs and more open world city features will be in game by 1.0. I have a feeling that Terra might be the testing grounds for that. Because I don't see any system being added into the game between now and Terra that have that sort of system, other than maybe Magnus, Berea specifically with Odessa. What do you think with Land Event Beyond 4.0? Beyond 4.0. Star Citizen isn't done with 4.0 comes out. There are other systems to be added, gameplay systems, star systems, new features, new NPCs, new factions, new lore, new ships, all those sorts of things. Like, I can guarantee you that we probably won't really see anything about Pyro at CitizenCon, because CIG's original planning was to have Pyro out before CitizenCon. And since they didn't get Pyro out before CitizenCon, they didn't plan on that, so they're not going to have another Pyro kind of showcase because they've already talked about Pyro, showed Pyro. They're beyond Pyro, so they'll show off the things that come after Pyro, like Hurston, like I say Hurston, but like Nyx, like scanning gameplay, like homesteading, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's still Alpha 4.0, yeah. What game mechanics do we need done for Squadron 42? I don't know, because I think most of the game mechanics, at least according to CIG's own metrics, are done. So I don't think we have hacking in Squadron 42. I think we're gonna get another CO ship before we get a Pioneer. I think we're gonna get a medium constructor ship. Probably a medium Pioneer, basically. CIG is going to skip beta. We already know CIG is going to skip beta because they've already said that it's going to skip beta. They're going to go directly from alpha to release. Basically, the 1.0 release of Star Citizen is beta. Liberator's not in Squad 42. I still hope they can get permission, persistent position for logging and logging out. I think that's 4.1 or beyond feature. What happened to Operation Pitchfork? It got what is it called? Neo-Nazis took the symbol and it got co-opted by neo-Nazis and turned into a hate symbol, and I think it's just kind of died from that. Will I be at CitizenCon in person? No, I was planning on being there in person, but that happened. And the issue isn't payment. I've already paid for it. The issue isn't availability. Like I had a plane ticket. I had a ticket for CitizenCon. I had a hotel booked. I had my passport ready to go, and I just don't have time off anymore because the time off was used up for that, my tooth. Do I need to write Texas a note to get you out of work? You know, maybe if you can give me my paid time off back. Hey, Sapphire. I'm getting a replacement in March, but again, I had to take time off from work to get it done, so. I got something I'm working on using Warhammer 40k Army point system for setting up org versus org skirmishes. It's a good idea. I would suggest also looking at weight. The weight system that's used for Mech Warrior could help. But yeah. It's not even a PTO thing. It's just like, unless you can pay the amount of money I get paid a day, which I would have to take, which would be like it's like $1,000 minimum. Plus also I would take a lot of hits because I'm taking time off that I don't have, that I can't make up. So it's not worth it. It's just not worth the hassle. I get the idea. I get the initiative, but it's just right now, my own dumbass in the universe decided to fuck me. So that's just where it is. But I will be streaming it live, and I will have content live from the floor of CitizenCon with Execute and Algrid will be on the floor, and they'll be walking around with cameras. And we'll have a live interactive chat, which I can then talk with them and get them to give them directions. So like chat can kind of check out booths if they want to, and then we'll also be watching the panels, and then kind of commentary between the panels and such. So sucks that it was this year specifically. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest, part of me is glad that it's that this happens, sort of, because while it was this year, it's also CIG is definitely going to be walking into a viper's nest by not releasing 4.0 like they said they were, and still having very shaky grounds on if 4.0 is ever going to actually make it into the game yet. So CIG will be setting up there talking about like, oh, beyond 4.0 is this, and this. And it's like, you haven't even released 4.0. Why should we fucking listen to you when you haven't even released the fucking thing you said you were going to release? So CIG is already walking into like bad reputation, and they won't have Evocati 4.0 released by then even. So they need good news. They do, and I don't think they're going to have it. It's not 2023. The thing that they're going to have to really push is Squadron. Like, Squadron is going to have to make up the ground for the ground they lost, the 6 months they've lost from the problems they've had with server meshing. Yeah, Elder's okay. I'm gonna be the guy in the chair. Yeah, I'm gonna be the anchor holding down the fort. So I'll be streaming to this channel on Twitch, but with YouTube I'll be streaming it to the Info Runners YouTube. So I don't think we're gonna see 3.18, but we'll see the game break in new and exciting ways. So no 4.0 at CitizenCon. I thought my estimate was at 4.0 at CitizenCon. Sort of. My estimate was that 4.0 was going to be released, and it was going to be partially released. A barely functional 4.0 with the bare minimum, because they wanted to make it a time cutoff. And in a weird twist, as often happens with me, I'm right. Sort of. But inversed. Instead of getting a basic 4.0 release with just server meshing and Pyro, we're getting everything but server meshing and Pyro released in 3.24.2, which is using the 4.0 base code. So I'm right. And I didn't want to be, and I still didn't want to be. They're not going to have it in PTU. It's just too fucking... There's far too much time. I think Pyro is the big rough part. Like if CIG had meshing and Pyro out by CitizenCon, they would have... people would have listened to whatever they had to say. Even if it was rough, they would still listen to what they had to say, because they at least released it. Showed progress, but they don't and won't. So, and if you go back to watch that video that I talked about with 4.0 at CitizenCon, I effectively said it's not going to be a good thing. It's going to be a stripped down version that you're going to push out to make the event. Like, this wasn't me going, yay, 4.0 at CitizenCon. I was saying, fuck 4.0 at CitizenCon. Because I was of the opinion that CIG was likely going to just try to do as much testing as possible and get 4.0 out by the end of the year. That they weren't going to make their summer release. I never thought they were going to make the summer release. I said that last year when they said their summer release. I said, fuck, that's not going to happen. And as we got a little bit closer, I was like, maybe it might happen. And then CIG kept talking about 1.0, 1.0, 1.0. I'm like, oh, fuck, CIG is going to push 4.0 out before CitizenCon, just so they can talk about 1.0 no matter what. So. So it's logical to assume that 3.24.2 is the foundation for the real 4.0. It is 4.0. It has the same code base as 4.0. It is the same code base as 4.0. The difference is that it doesn't have server meshing and Pyro. That's it. It even had some of the... Originally, it had a bunch of tie-ins for the engineering systems. Like, the engineering system was in the first version of the Evocati of 4.0. Several of the changes to flight mechanics that were designed for 4.0 were in 3.24.2. It is 4.0. It's just not all the features of 4.0. Basically, it'd be another 3.3.23, half-finished features and exploits. That's what I said in my video like a couple months ago, like a month or two ago, when I said it's going to be 3.23, but just version 2. How many systems do you think they have internally? 2. It's insane how convincing they were last CitizenCon following months of how close they were supposedly to 4.0. It's because CIG would manage to really get they gathered a lot of goodwill, and what they did at CitizenCon was exactly what they needed to do. First off, it was the first CitizenCon in person they'd done in years, and they really did everything right. They showed off features, they showed off gameplay. It wasn't just pie in the sky sandworms. It was like physical things, and CIG was like, and all of this is going to come to you in a certain amount of time. People are like, wow, it's amazing. And they actually managed to get a lot of that done with 3.23. But then once they hit 3.23, it's when things just fucking smashed into the side of the reality wall. And CIG didn't want to tell us what was going wrong with the MNQ system. So they hid it like they always do when they have a problem. And then they once they got the solution done is when they actually told us what was wrong. And that cost them 3 months between March and August. So yeah, 4 to 5 months. So 4 to 5 months of development were gone because CIG was actively talking about multiple, like basically throughout July and August was what they were planned. What they're doing right now with the tech previews, they were originally planning for that around July and August. Based off of what Jared has said and what other people were saying, that was their initial plan, and they didn't hit it. I try to analogize 3.24. It's like a special adapting motor mounts that are installed before you hold up the engine block. Something like that, yeah. What's with the CIG 7-day work week? The shortest answer is CIG is crunching. They're making everybody who's involved in 3.24 and CitizenCon prep for Squadron 42 crunch for the next 2 weeks. So Saturday and Sunday, they have to work Saturdays and Sundays, and they are being paid in time off. Good night, Radar. I'm going to head bed myself. It's been at least 4.5 hours, and I got to be up in 5 hours to go walking and stuff, but I can't remember where I heard it, but I've heard Nix is mostly done is in polish. I don't know where that, unless there's a source that is directly linked to a CIG developer, I would not trust it. We had a long conversation about the Cyberwolf. I don't want to like walk back into it because I gotta go to bed. But that's the rule. That is what's happening. It is not to sugarcoat it. It's mandatory crunch the CIG is doing. But they're paying for people through paid time off. They're also giving people free breakfast and lunch when they come in. And it's not the whole company, it's a handful of company things, so. Yeah, if anything tells you the situation that CIG is currently in, them crunching this hard for CitizenCon means that they really need to get content done. And it's mostly focusing on 3.2, 4.2, and Squadron for CitizenCon stuff. So they are in that we have to get this shit done phase, which is why 3.2, 4.2 is getting all these PTU updates and Evocati updates and stuff like that pretty quickly. They said they did a lot of work for Nick like 3 years ago, but that's about it. They also did a lot of work on Pyro, and that changed as well. So sounds like they know how their backers feel at the moment. Possibly. I think it's more of they want to gain momentum, but we'll see how it works. All right, I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you for hanging out, y'all. Thank you for watching. We did have an insane amount of people. We had over 200 people watching on Twitch, on YouTube at one point, which is nuts for me. We'll be back tomorrow for some Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries with Loken and a bunch of other folks. We've been doing this playthrough for a while now. It's been really fun, but we're preparing for the launch of Mech Warrior 5 Clans in 2 weeks. And on Saturday, we have Captain's Table talking about Squadron 42 specifically and how important is Squadron 42 for release, for Star Citizen in general. And then after that, on Sunday, we have our traditional My organization, the League of Relic Enthusiasts. It's going to have their regular Relic expedition where we go out looking for artifacts in the universe of Star Citizen and bringing them back and collecting them. And yeah. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.